I don't know why it's taking so long to give notifications today, but whatever.
I guess it's an exclusive club, only cool people club.
Yeah, only cool people club. To I don't know.
The only cool people club scream.
Uh-huh. Imagine if I did subscriber only streams. Okay, anyways. I could wait a little bit longer, but I'm also impatient. I really want to start the game. So, let's load game. Okay, where were we? Right. Right, yeah. Yeah, we saved her on that one. We were almost done with this route. Yeah. I think. Yeah. Map. Abandoned factory. We're just taking her somewhere? Because we went here, we stopped here because she got car sick. So this is where we were taking her, I guess, as a safe place. What?
Is this the place?
Yes.
Where did Renji try to take you?
That door in the back.
Oh, I see. Yeah. It's the second sink area with the it's her Somnium. It's her Somnium.
It's the prototype sync machine.
No, but this room is her Somnium. What? She was taken here once before? Maybe she just doesn't remember. Dude! What? What a banging start!
Whoa, bang it!
Dude! I'm just... Okay.
I don't know why I wasn't expecting you to say bang it.
Though it appears to be slightly different than the one in Abyss.
Could this be the prototype Peter was
Why was he
talking
trying to sync with her?
Red, and therefore must be evil.
Yeah.
It's red and black instead of blue and white,
The
and
Chiba
therefore
Police
must be
Department
evil.
was working on a prototype, but it was stolen 6 years ago.
Pewter, you know where it was, you stupid.
But what's it doing here?
Okay, so this is probably going to be important to the main story. And right now we're getting background information as to why it was here so that they don't need to go through over all of that in the main story. Okay. She fainted!
Iris, are you okay? Iris, stay with me!
Stay with me. Sorry.
Iris's vital signs are going critical.
What?
What?
Unknown, but I believe the issue is with her brain.
Yeah, that makes sense, because this is a very traumatic area.
Brain.
Part of her brain is experiencing massive failure. If this continues,
Let's get her to a hospital.
possible.
Why?
We do not have enough time.
Okay.
I estimate that Iris's brain can last only 10 to 15 more minutes before the damage.
Are we gonna sync with her? To...
How do you know that?
I have scanned and analyzed her thoroughly. Her symptoms indicate that she will die within minutes.
What? Sync.
What?
I'll use the sync machine here to go inside her brain.
That will not cure her condition.
Are you sure?
I'm not trying to cure her. 2 days ago, I saw her dead body. After that, we went into Sosajima's brain.
Oh, you're still on about this?
And in his Somnium, I saved Iris. Somehow, I saved Iris in the real world, too.
Maybe we're in a parallel world or...
Make the jump! No.
You think
This is so stupid.
Yes, please help me.
Is that an order?
Iba! What?
Then I suppose I have no choice.
She... Oh my gosh!
My mission is to support you.
All right, we don't have a lot of time. Let's get moving.
Date, this device is a prototype. It is not identical to the one at Abyss.
Okay.
You said that already, so what?
I do not know how to reset it. There must be a manual of some kind. We need to find that before we begin.
Um... Where's there blood there? Where is it?
Check the lockers! You know where the places you would find things when they're hidden? On shelves and shit.
Date, that thing on the shelf.
A manual's on the shelf. Oh, okay.
Found it.
I was like, bro, where?
I don't believe it.
What? You don't believe what? What?
Trigger warning.
Trigger. No! This is why? This is why they have their eyes taken out. Because you have to take out the full eye in order for it to work.
Date, are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Who was diving into everybody's somnium this whole time then? Why were they doing this? What? Okay, so you're right. I could have never guessed this.
Shovel Forge again?
So, who is benefiting from going into all of these people's somniums? By using this machine? Because it's not Renju, because Renju has had his eye taken out before. Why did... The first victim, why would they go into Shoko's? What, they found something that was in Shoko's that made them want to go to Renju, and then they found something in Renju's that made them wanted to go to... into Iris's. What secret is... Is it the secret of what happened 6 years ago? Somebody... Ooh. Okay, so no, there's no way that it's so. That wouldn't make sense then. But they were able to pin it all on So for some reason as well. So started helping whoever it was at some point. But he's not the one taking out people's eye to go into their somnium. What?
This looks
Okay.
kind of like the other time I synced with Iris, but there's a different atmosphere now. By the way, what happened to your usual appearance?
I decided to hold back this time. This is no time to be playing around. Putting that aside, you want to help Iris, correct?
So what do we need to do?
Care to ask the owner of this world?
She's lost consciousness, even in her own somnium.
That proves how critical her condition is. Whoa!
What was that?
So we need to get the fruit and have her eat it?
I do not know, but it appears as though we have no choice but to believe those words.
The fruit of immortality, huh?
We need to do something about this beam of light first.
I've seen that monument before.
Why do we need to do something about the beam of light first? Okay, whatever.
Somnium scan. Activate.
Ah? That hurt. You were like, no, we don't think I get.
I did not remember. I thought it was a cutscene. I didn't think you actually had to do stuff.
Oh, sinking in the main too. Save
I
Iris.
don't like half the time you think I'm gaslighting you. I genuinely don't remember what.
To save her, you'll need to give her the fruit of immortality. Okay. Why do we need to get rid of this beam?
I don't know.
An egg-shaped mon.
Looks more like a sugar cube to me.
Place on the pedestal, dig, investigate. Because I thought this would be the fruit, right? Do something about the beam of light, though, it says, so I guess not.
Iris is unconscious.
Investigate, wake her up, talk to her? I highly doubt we can wake her up. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, no, yeah, we should pick it up and put it on the pedestal, yeah, probably.
An egg-shaped mon.
Looks more like a sugar cube.
I see. Putting this here cuts off the light.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I've seen this in a movie.
Don't you mean you've seen this in Iris's Somnium?
Just put it down. Didn't expect that.
We need it to make a star.
No.
Oh yeah,
This is.
that was what was in the glitchy vision.
Did you figure something out?
No, I know the shape of a star when I see one.
This might turn into a pentagram.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, I get it. That means...
Yes.
She's into a
That
quotient.
leaves this remaining.
I mean, I guess when a star is drawn that way, it is a pentagram, but... Sheesh! Okay. Shozia,
A Chozuya.
investigate, stick your hand in it.
Let me see. There's something here.
Ah! Okay.
A monument. If you place it against the light, it will complete the pentagram.
Do it. What?
No! It's nice again! Ah!
They have appeared before.
Nice, it
It may
lost.
symbolize Iris's insecurities. Whoa!
Whoa.
We have to deal with them before we find the fruit of immortality.
Well, what do you want me to do?
They don't want us to complete the
Why did
pentagram.
his voice suddenly get like Batman?
Is that why they attacked the Chozuya and Irises?
But this pedestal has not been attacked. They cannot attack it for some reason.
You think so?
What other explanation could there be? As long as there is even a slight possibility, we must try.
Right.
Thinking about what worked previously, we need to make a penta, but the attack has scrambled everything. We do not have time for trial and error. Think carefully.
Okay, it looks like the colors go to the colors of the ones that were knocked off. Yeah.
An egg-shaped mon- Understood. Where would you like me to place it?
This isn't a very hard puzzle, which is good, I guess.
A pedestal with nothing on. Upsy daisy.
What does that mean?
I was merely trying to lighten the mood.
I appreciate the thought, but
Oh. Okay.
No.
An egg-shaped monument. Understood. Where would you like me to place it?
Oh wait, where's the blue one?
I think it's to your right.
Ah.
That was okay. I was wrong.
A pedestal with nothing on top of it. Understood. The light!
the pentagram is complete.
What?
If you
Oh.
go back,
What?
Why isn't it working?
Okay. I was understanding that there was only one place to put the eggs, and there is not only one place. I am not being very smart.
The placement of the monuments.
Yeah, the placement of the monuments was wrong. Shush.
Placement needs to
Got it. I'll try.
So we don't even need to use this pedestal, because I don't know how that would make it. Wait, can I see it from a? Okay. Ah, there we go. That's better. Okay, we want to place it. At this pedestal. That pedestal. That pedestal. No, yeah, the ones that's in a square. Okay. I think.
don't you only place two things?
Oh yeah, I only placed two things. Oh, that's not a pedestal. That's the block.
I'm pulling up a guide.
Hmm?
I'm pulling up a guide.
I think we need to take some off as well.
Take the monument from pedestal B.
Hmm?
Alright,
Okay,
Yes,
so
we
we
do
do
need-
need to take some.
you need to take some, yes.
Pedestal B blue?
Pedestal Peach B.
Peach B.
A pedestal with a monument.
Take the monument.
Understood. Where would you like me to place it?
Okay.
And then place it on Peach A.
A pedestal with nothing. Understood.
Okay.
Then you pick up the blue egg-shaped monument and put it on blue C.
Oh, wait, where is it?
You could check your map.
I think the one that we placed down, stayed where it was. Is there supposed to be one in D?
Oh, that one.
Yeah.
That one.
Pick up D and put it in what?
And put it in
A
C.
pedestal with a monument. Understood. Where would you like me to place it? A pedestal with nothing. Understood.
Okay.
Then you pick up yellow and put it on yellow.
Okay.
An egg-shaped. Understood. Where would you like me to place it? A pedestal with nothing on top of it. Upsy daisy. The light.
Yeah.
There we go.
The pentagram's complete.
What?
Hmm?
The world is...
It's breaking down.
Can't be in her mind when she's dying. Date. Whoa.
The Shovel Forge world disappeared. I am back to my usual appearance.
What about Iris?
It appears that she is unharmed.
Iba, the door to the shrine open.
Let's go get it!
Is that the fruit of immortality?
It appears to be the seed of a citrus fruit of some kind, but we need the actual fruit.
That voice said something about the fruit of immortality. I wasn't expecting it to be literal.
Some believe that the fruit of immortality is a Tachibana orange. The Tachibana orange comes from a variety of evergreen trees, so we are looking for some kind of fruit. Fruits have edible flesh surrounding the seeds.
Right, but if we only have the seed...
This is a dream world. If we plant it now, it may grow quickly.
Okay, I guess.
Iba, you ready to slash and burn?
I see. If we plant it there...
It sprouted.
This must be a positive sign.
With the ashes as compost, then all we need is...
All we need is...
Dig up Chozuya.
This is where the irises were blooming.
Huh? Dig up the Oh, I see.
It's a Chozuya. You do know this is not the shovel
But there's a pickaxe on the ground there.
pickaxe? You're right. But why? The pickaxe even looks strange.
Maybe Iris left it behind because she wanted you to use it.
Perhaps. Whoa!
But... Rain.
It's raining. So this is the fruit of immortality.
We need to hand this over to Iris.
Right. Hurry. Wait for me, Iris. I'm coming.
Nah, you just give it to Iris.
No, I thought it gave
Iris
me
is
something
unconscious.
weird. Hmm.
Are you okay?
Hmm.
I heard a sniffle. Are you good?
Thank you.
She's gonna die! Get out of there. Main 2, The Eternal Ceremony. Let's see what you've got. Did they change? That one looked different. Wednesday. Wednesday! Oh, I guess it's 12 a.m. Yeah. Is she dead?
Oh, good.
No?
You're awake.
Thank you for everything you've done for me.
Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna die, aren't I?
No. Don't talk crazy. I synced with you to save you. This has to be the timeline where you live.
No!
I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. I met you. I wanted to spend more time with you. I wanted to go places.
I'll take you. I'll take you wherever you want. I'll take you to Ichiru, Kunashir, Shikotan, Habamai. Anywhere you want, Iris.
Really?
Yes,
I'm gonna be okay.
of course. You won't die, I promise.
Okay. I'm glad. I'm not gonna die. I can be with you forever.
Of course you can. You're gonna live, Iris, forever and ever. You'll become a grown woman, get married, have kids. I'll even babysit them for you.
Tati, thank you. These past few days have been so much fun. Please, Mr. Dante! You can't leave me! Your back is so warm, Mr. Date. It feels like I've met you before. Then go on a date with me. And the Greek goddess of rainbows. You're the only person I can trust. Dante! Put it in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Dante, can you tell me one last thing? I've been looking. Are you?
No!
No, Iris. You can't die. Please, Iris. Iris! Iris!
That's it. That's the video game.
No. Never screwed end. Bombard. Is that loud? Sorry.
They can deal with it.
Let's go to the one where she lives? Question mark.
I don't remember. But yeah, it is. It goes the same up until you make the disco ball at the crafting table.
Mm.
And then you make something else.
This doesn't look like a pick. A door or...
Okay, just like I...
Go, Iba!
Alright! Here...
They changed it to escape instead of X.
I got a rare material! Ooh, I knew today would be special!
This is kind of fun.
Are we meant to do this?
This is a new area.
You dug.
It's a big stick.
It must be a vet...
Happy digging.
Roger.
I got a lot of materials that time. Good haul today. Be sure to like and subscribe, and to retweet everyone.
Hey, Iba.
Yes?
Is this golden yokocho?
Indeed. It appears to be modified.
What is that?
Dance. You have to dance.
I found a crafting table.
Something the matter?
It seems you can create items other than disco balls.
We need to make the disco ball now. That's what the viewers are expecting.
Okay, and then we make something else.
Mm-hmm.
Weren't we supposed to craft a disco ball?
Yeah, but it was bugging me.
One moment. Done.
Does this crafting table even do anything, really?
The switch is done.
What switch?
Just watch.
What are you doing, Dante? Quite nice with the power of dance.
Date, don't listen to her. So, this is what nice looks like.
Oh,
This
a
is
projection.
what's behind all this.
A projection. Wow. Quite literal.
Lying to me?
Far too literal. Maybe not lying, no, but she's definitely projecting her insecurities.
I'm not lying. Project Bluebeam is using holograms to trick you. You can't let it fool you. You have to use the power of dance. Huh? Oh, look at that. The enemies disappeared. What?
Eh? Eh? What?
Is this a glitch? I'm not lying. Please believe me, Dante.
Investigate.
Hmm? Not-
Investigate.
Investigate what?
Gate.
Oh, the gate. Yeah, of course.
This appears to be another
Investigate.
gate, but
Investigate the gate?
Yes. 'Cause we need
Not
the
dig it?
timey. We
Oh.
need the timey.
Okay. To use
I
on
believe I can
not
dig it
dig.
up with a pickaxe.
Let's get digging.
to
Roger.
use on a 60-second thing later.
This appears to be another.
Do it.
Leave it to me. I dug it up.
Got the material.
Let's move on. This is a spacious area.
Is that marble?
Those flowers are winter irises.
They're wilted.
Whoa, this place is huge. How are we gonna check everything? Maybe I can make something with the materials I have. Okay?
Another crafting table.
At least you don't have to do any more digging.
Date, do you see that shrine?
Shrine.
That's humanity's last hope against knives. Save us from the oppression of technology. Return the stone monument to the pedestal of the shrine. We should have all the materials we need to craft the stone. Please, Date. You're the only one who can save.
Only me.
Date.
I'm the only one who can save her.
Hey, Date.
What?
I knew it. It's dangerous to do what Iris tells us.
I get what you're saying, but is it really dangerous?
Date, think rationally.
We talked to mysterious man.
This one?
Yeah.
Someone's there?
Observe.
Why observe first? Don't use a timey? What?
We do observe, and then we use a timing for talk.
Okay.
We use the 1/3 timing for talk.
Who is this?
Futoshi?
That is not Mama.
Futoshi.
Can I talk to him?
Definitely Futoshi.
What?
I heard that Futoshi left on a journey to Sri Lanka to cultivate tea leaves.
What? Really, Futoshi? You're just gonna leave Ikuno behind?
This is some type of joke and I don't understand it.
Yeah, we needed the 10-second timing for
Someone's
later, but
there.
we're gonna use the 1/3 now to talk.
Excuse me, who are you? What the?
A zombie.
Ah! That scared me.
This
Why
girl
is there a
playing
monster
1.6
in marble?
combat.
Hmm?
This girl playing 1.6 combat mechanics.
Hey, don't say that about Mama.
Oh, please. Is that this man?
What? You know him?
Not exactly. He has a familiar face that has appeared in many unrelated people's dreams. He is an
I'm not the
urban
killer.
legend source. If you are interested, I can tell you more later.
No, that's okay.
You're a material?
What?
Now we craft not available.
Craft. Not available.
There's a crafting table here as
Craft NA. Do we use 10 seconds on that?
No, we use the timing on the very last thing.
Okay.
What is NA?
I see. You can take advantage of this glitch, Date.
But I don't know anything about guitars.
I said glitch, not Gretch.
I could do that?
This game is filled with bugs and programming errors. We can take advantage of that to reveal things not
Wow.
supposed to be seen.
That. What a stab.
I mean, it was programmed in Java. So,
See. Let's try it.
Understood. What? It spent the this man material. We can use you?
Is it a glitched skill?
Oh, I see.
How about that? Anything change?
The numbers have changed.
What, is it August 32nd?
No, the pickaxe is level 255.
That's pretty extreme.
But with this glitched item, we may be able to destroy something we were not supposed to be able to. Something in the game world. Or rather, something Iris doesn't want us to destroy.
The shrine wall.
This is a strange wall. I see. I just need to use the pickaxe.
You're right. Do it.
Leave it to me.
Hello? Hello? Started panicking.
The wall disappeared.
Hey, there are
Iris
flowers.
bloomed?
No, this is no miracle. Merely the result of the game's programming, changing the iris from wilted to bloom.
That can't be.
Dante, what are you doing? What about the monument? What about fighting knives?
Tell her that we have the strongest pickaxe. We don't need that. Let's continue.
Wait! Dante! No! Don't abandon me!
Oh. Oh. No. It's kind of sad.
What's with this screen? Is it loading? Well, if you need to use the bathroom, now's the time.
Oh, we're in a regular world again. Okay.
Golden Yokocho. Not the world of Shovelforge.
This might be Iris's real Somnium.
There's nothing here.
Why are we
We have
still...
no choice but to
Okay.
move forward.
What do we do?
Go to the end of the road.
Oh.
Is this the exit? Let's go in.
Oh.
Hey, look.
What? Pyramid?
Nice is close. Dante, help me! Please!
Iris!
Let's help Iris. Let's help her by freeing her from her world of delusion.
Okay.
Reveal the truth hiding inside her imagination, Date.
Mirror door.
Break the pyramid?
It's a pyramid.
Dig?
No, mirror door.
Oh, mirror.
A mirror door. But I'm not.
Destroy. Do we need to use...
No.
Okay.
Well said, Date.
No, you can't! That mirror amplifies the power of dance!
Then I will do it.
Stop, please! Please!
Ah!
That is really... This is kind of sad. Are we, like, destroying her will to dance? As well?
I think we're just destroying her delusions that everything is conspiracy theories.
Okay. Whoa. Whoa. 2D art. Weird. It was a light.
Iris, this is all in your head. You're imagining it. It's not real.
No, you're wrong, Dante!
Iba,
What?
let's end this.
Yeah.
Now you use the 10 penny.
Release Iris A, release Iris B. What? Oh, I get a different choice on our core, I guess.
Leave me!
Oh!
That's why we needed the 10-second.
Yeah, but if it's the correct thing as the last thing you do, it does it anyways, doesn't it?
Yeah, but this is also, like, the guide I pulled up is a
Destroy it.
completionist guide.
Oh.
So they're saying, also, if you're getting all the
Stop!
items and all the bonus arts,
Understood.
Oh.
so it's like, here's how you do it to get
Stop!
at least 1 second at the end.
Stop!
Dude. Dude. I'm scared of what effect this will have on her.
I mean, would you rather she be dead? Because that is the other option.
Oh.
That is quite literally the other option.
Hmm. She just read a silly little book when she was young. You didn't believe Iris. Okay. But she won't know that we didn't believe her. In Somnium. So she'll be brought to her senses.
I think I got it. So it's like this. Date and Tessa were attacked at Golden Yokocho by a group of unknown gunmen?
No, not unknown. They were hired by Nizet Laws, also known as Nize. I found out Nize's secret, and now they want me dead.
No, they were hired by Ren, because for some reason, they want to get into your Somnium.
They want to dance the night away.
Yeah. In your Somnium.
Date, is this for real?
No.
It's true that we were shot at by armed gunmen, but the nice part...
The sync earlier. It didn't prove Iris's story. It only made me more skeptical. Iris is lying, maybe even unknowingly. She believes that she's being targeted by Nize. She sincerely does, but...
Date, you don't believe me?
No. I thought about it carefully before answering.
Let me be honest. I think you're letting your imagination get the better of you.
It's not my imagination.
There are people after you, yeah, but not Nize!
But they're not
Why don't
cultists,
you
is the
believe me?
difference.
Date, you're
They're
just
after
being
you for
stubborn.
non-cult reasons.
You're just a cynical old man who doesn't believe in anything.
Then you have to give me proof. If you can't show me proof, I can't believe you.
But I can't show you because then they'll come after you too!
Iris, seriously, you're imagining things.
Fine then. I'm stupid to think I could trust you, Date.
Oh, you can trust me to protect you, just not to believe you.
Bye.
No! Ah, she's gonna get kidnapped!
She's sort of an expert at doing that already.
At getting kidnapped?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
It doesn't help that she's also internet famous.
yeah. Iris stood up and walked away. So, Ota,
Hey, bud.
do you believe any of this?
Date, you don't believe Tessa, right?
Right.
You don't believe Nizet Laws exists?
No.
I don't.
Then why was she almost kidnapped?
I don't know. but it might have something to do with Renju.
He was looking for Iris.
In any case, we don't know who's behind it, but we know she's in danger. Which is why I came here. I need you to hide Iris.
What?
I need to go somewhere.
To Hitomi's residence.
Yeah, I need to talk to her immediately.
Is there a problem?
Well, yeah. If you make her mad, you make me mad.
Well, I guess you'll have to be mad then.
One sec. My hair is annoying me. I had to take off my headphones.
She had to hear the truth. The cold, hard truth.
I don't know about that.
Even if that's true, you could have.
Man, you're going to two extremes.
You could have handled this better, Date.
Yeah, really. We went from completely believing her to can't even, like, show sympathy for it.
I think
We have
so as
3
well.
more sinks left. Or 2
Really?
more sinks. Sorry.
There's no way we'll finish the game today, though.
We don't finish the game today, but there's only 2 more sinks left.
You are as clumsy as ever.
2 more new ones.
Yeah. There aren't any others that do routes.
Where's Iris?
There's a room back there she kind of made her own. She's probably there.
She's certainly made herself at home. Has Iris been back there before?
Yeah, Tessa's been here a few times.
Summarize.
Hide Iris? I mean, I don't mind, but
My mom.
why here?
The organization that I'm in may have a traitor, so I can't take her to HQ. That, of course, means that I can't take her to my house either. So I thought this diner would be a good place. Her enemies wouldn't look for her here. If she's here with you guys, I know that she's safe.
Wait, you guys?
Yeah, I'm expecting one more any minute now.
Mizuki!
Mizuki.
Mizuki?
Don't worry, I understand everything. I'll protect Iris.
Wow.
Anyway, if they do manage to find her here, having Mizuki around should help, right?
Right. I know how strong she is.
Good luck, you two.
She's punched him
Thanks,
before,
Dante.
apparently.
Alright.
He makes it sound like she's punched him before.
I'm sorry for coming so late. I need to talk to you about Iris.
What is it?
I steeled myself and continued.
Iris said
He's
something to me
cringe.
that was very concerning. She said she's being targeted by an organization called Nizatlos and that she needs help. Does any of this sound familiar?
I decided not to tell her about the shooting at Golden Yokocho. I didn't want her to worry. After a while, Hitomi spoke.
I didn't intend to hide it from you. I just never found the right time.
Huh?
She's sick. Iris has a malignant brain tumor.
Okay, so that's where the "I'm going to die very soon" came from.
Brain tumor.
It makes her say strange things sometimes.
I see. Her delirium could be a result of a brain tumor. It can also
You
cause
should be applying
hallucinations
pressure.
and violent thoughts.
On certain areas of the brain, which causes irrational thinking.
It makes sense. Everything Iris said was likely a result of her condition.
Iba summarized it so bluntly, so calmly, but I couldn't stay calm. The words "malignant brain tumor" circled my mind. I was sneeze. I yawned and stirred. Has Iris contacted you?
Yes. She said she was staying with a friend. She's with Mizuki, but it still bothers me. I'm so worried that I couldn't sleep.
How long has she been sick for?
We found out in January. She suddenly collapsed at school. She went to the hospital and they examined her. They found a tumor. According to the doctor, surgery wouldn't help.
You mean?
Grade 4. Terminal. She has a year to live. At most.
Oof.
That's what the doctor told me. And if they were right, then she only has a few months left.
How is she going to live?
Real soon, I'm going to die.
Does Iris know?
I didn't tell her the specifics, but I'm sure she knows.
About her disease?
It's a brain tumor. It can cause a number of side effects. Nausea and dizziness.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Sometimes her hands and legs go numb. Sometimes she can't control her body temperature.
No, but I am kind of warm.
What? That was all caused by her brain tumor.
Is there a way to save her life?
Ordinary treatments won't work, but there is one way to save her life.
Which is?
Oh, come on!
Date, it's from Miss.
Sorry, could you excuse me?
It's gonna be important. I stood up and went to the corner of the room to answer Mizuki's call.
Date, I'm sorry.
She got kidnapped.
What? What happened?
Iris, she's gone. She disappeared. I only took my eyes off her for a second.
What? Where did
She
she
just
go?
left.
I don't know. That's why I'm calling. But she left a note on the table. Oh, just sent you a picture. Did you get it?
I have it now.
I'm going with the person I trust most. Please don't worry about me, Iris. You mean Renju, the person who is trying to do that the whole time? The person who hired those men? You serious? Wait, no. Her uncle, who is with Renju. Oh my. Not her uncle, but she called him uncle. Oh my gosh.
Iris.
I have tried calling Iris with a different line. I cannot connect. It is probable that she turned her phone off.
Damn. Mizuki, let's split up and find her. Let Ota know too.
Got it.
Did something happen?
She was eavesdropping. No point in hiding it. I told her that Iris was missing.
What?
He told me he went quiet. She didn't ask why she disappeared. I'm sure she thinks it's the tumor. She thinks that Iris's illness is making her go insane.
Iris said that she was going with somebody. With the person she trusts most. Any idea who that might be?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna go look for her.
I'll go too.
No, please, stay here. She might come home.
But...
It's all right. I'll find her. Trust me.
Okay.
Date, the person in Iris's letter. The one she trusts most. Who do you think that is? I see. The man Hitomi was dating 6 years ago.
He was a thoughtful, reliable man.
But Iris said that she was looking for him. What are the odds she found him just now? I don't think that's possible.
Renju?
I think so too. Remember what Iris said?
I look up to him. He's done so much for me. I know I can rely on him more than anyone else.
What was the mermaid at Sunfish Pocket?
He was looking for Iris.
I think Renju called Iris.
And Iris went looking for him.
Exactly.
Then what can I do? We've been looking for Renju. Everyone at HQ is looking for him too. Not to mention he's on the run with number 89. And even with all of that, we haven't found him. We don't even have any leads.
If we only had some clues to work with.
Then we wouldn't be in this mess.
Are you giving up? Iris might be with number 89 at this very moment. We need to find her immediately. Now think, Date. Where would Renju go? Ota already searched some. It's open for business. However, Iris was not there. I didn't ask about Renju, but I am sure that he would have told him. I got a call from Mizuki. She went to Lemniscape, but no one was there.
Okay.
Renju's house is currently occupied by officers from HQ. If he went back there, we would have been
Cold storage warehouse?
The cold storage warehouse. Maybe he's there.
Neum. It was a regular Neum instead of.
It is once again time for to taunt you with the sound of me crunching on delicious popcorn while you languish in obscurity.
It's not this warehouse, it's a different warehouse.
There is no one here.
Damn. Let's go, Iva.
Wait.
What's wrong? Is there someone here?
No living organism.
Then
No living or...
you mean...
Let's search the area. We might be able to find something.
There's a cardboard box on the floor, it's empty. A wooden box on the shelf. An oil drum. Nothing looks like... It's okay. Ice cutting machine. A forklift. Nothing unnatural about it. Switchboard installed in the back of the warehouse. There's nothing strange about it. Ah! No!
This can't be...
Why'd they do it? Why? They went through her mind and then killed her. What?
Iris...
Do all of these people have something that they know in their somnium that makes them be killed after they've looked through their... Tuesday. This time we know we saw it.
Have you settled down? The scene is being inspected without you. This time the body didn't disappear. However, you lost consciousness. I didn't expect you to faint. Seeing that corpse must have been incredibly shocking. I did not predict you to be the fainting type. suppose humans are unpredictable. Now that you're back, let's get back to business.
His tension was already high enough, knowing that she could die soon, and then also having to see her dead body like that.
You are conscious, are you not? Are you at a loss for words? Date, don't let negative thoughts consume you. Thinking that Iris died because of me. If I never took her to Ota's, this wouldn't have happened. If you truly believe that, then your brain is completely rotten. Or perhaps when you saw the corpse, your head became filled with images of blooming yellow dandelions.
What?
Oh, you're talking now. Was I correct? If you consider the situation logically, even an elementary school student would understand.
Huh?
Fine. Allow me to pluck some of those dandelions from your mind. I will ask 3 questions. Please answer honestly. First question. The cold storage warehouse was not in regular operation, but even so, the AC was on, and a minus 58-degree temperature was maintained. Why is that? Why? For what purpose?
Warehouse was being used.
To preserve something. Keep the bodies bad.
Yes. Let us move on to the next question. Second question.
They were regularly using this warehouse to store bodies, and then they would put them in locations, such as with
So where do you
Shoko
think
and
Renji's been all this time?
what?
Where do you think Renji's been all this time?
Is he dead too?
There is a possibility.
That he's
I don't
dead.
remember exactly, but that seems likely.
But he went with number 89, so why would he do that if he knew that he was going to be taken to that place, have his eyeball taken out, and then get killed?
I don't know, it just feels like a possibility. It would explain why he's been missing for so long and why no one's able to find him.
I mean, yeah, I assume most of the time he was dead or either dead after the second day or hiding after the second day, and then possibly dead after you really don't see anything else from him.
There was something strange about the corpse. Do you remember what that was?
Do they routinely hide corpses in that one, though?
That's probably why it's being set to so low, even though it's not being used. Is they're keeping them in there, and then they're bringing them out later.
Yeah, to place them in their place so that nobody knows why they were killed.
Exactly.
What was strange about that? It was missing its right eye?
I was about to say, you know, like they do in so-and-so. And then I was like, no, that's a spoiler.
Okay.
That is a unique factor. But there was something else. Something...
And inside the engine?
The culprit was afraid that the body would be discovered, so they hid it under the hood. But why there? The ocean is right here. If they really wanted to hide the body, they could have put weights on it and sunk it into the water.
Okay, so now we're putting together the pieces of how the crime was committed, but we still don't have the pieces of who it was. But
They
we're
wanted
slowly
people to find the body.
slowly
eventually.
narrowing it down.
Yeah. The bodies were all, like, displayed in some manner, and he's right, they could have just put him in the ocean. So he wanted people to find him.
And so it is it's conveying some type of message, but not every single culprit might know what knowledge they have that makes them want a target for being killed. Because obviously Iris doesn't know because she doesn't remember. Shoko would make sense because she might know about 89 somehow.
And also another motive is because her fraud investment scheme, but I think that's probably not the main thing.
And then Renju... What knowledge does he even have? We haven't been able... We don't go into his Somnium, so... I don't know. His might be the final piece to the puzzle. Or not.
But we do not know for certain that the culprit was attempting to dispose of the
Like,
body.
oh, what the final puzzle looks like, but I don't remember all the pieces or how you arrange them together.
Ah.
There is something more unusual.
Iris's body was completely frozen. The temperature read -58 with Iris's weight. Just wondering, but how much do you weigh?
Don't you know it's rude to ask a lady that?
105 pounds.
I see. 105, huh? It should have taken about 18 hours to freeze solid.
Which is, again, incredibly malnourished. She needs to eat more.
Yeah.
No wonder she was actively
Before you
dying.
draw your conclusion, allow me to ask my final question. Question 3. 2 days ago, Sunday night, you found a dead body in the cold storage warehouse. But afterward, you visited the Sagan household and discovered that Iris was in fact still alive.
So is she still alive and that was the fake body that we found?
Why?
You mean...
You've got it.
Cool! Don't tell me! Awesome! I bolted to the warehouse like I was shot out of a gun. Okay. Is she fake? So we can't see through her, so she's fake.
I don't believe it.
The stomach is swollen slightly.
Oh, the stomach is swollen.
She appears to have been pregnant.
What?
How?
Do not worry. The uterus does not contain a fetus.
You mean after she was killed?
No. The fetus was not present in her body when she was killed. She must have been killed after giving birth. The distended stomach does not immediately shrink after birth. The expanded uterus takes some time to return to its normal size. This evidence makes one thing perfectly obvious.
This corpse isn't Iris, it's someone else.
Which means...
Iris is still alive.
Not necessarily. She could be alive. We haven't confirmed that yet.
Okay. So he wasn't insane, and this is in Iris's body. It's a fake. But...
Yeah.
Well, it's a real person, but a fake. Why did they still pull out her eye, though? That's what I want to know.
Multiple stab wounds with a single-edged, sharp object to the victim's back.
And how did she have that in her Somnium? If...
Judging by the size and shape of the marks, the weapon was most likely a kitchen knife.
Oh, it wasn't hers, sorry. So, it was in So's Somnium.
This matches what you said
It
on
was in
Sunday.
Mizuki's.
What?
It was in Mizuki's Somnium at the beginning. For past
Oh! Her body was in it. I meant the stabbing.
Yeah.
So this is the body I saw then. Is there an estimated time of death?
Impossible to determine. This body has been completely frozen for at least 10 years.
What?
10 years? She was killed more than 10 years ago?
Exactly. Her identity is unknown.
Oh my gosh.
Her killer is also unknown, but there is one likely suspect.
Who?
Let's consider the clues. The scene. Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. Sunday night, we saw So here. And there is something else about So Sajima. We witnessed someone similar to Iris being stabbed repeatedly in So's Somnium.
But it wasn't Iris. It was this woman.
That is highly likely.
What we saw was So's memory from more than 10 years ago.
I believe that is the case.
Renju and So?
But we still do not know where Renju is.
That means that we need to talk to
So Sajima.
What? Oh my gosh. Mizuki and Ota kept searching for Iris, but unfortunately, they didn't turn up anything. Is So going to be dead? Iris's whereabouts were still unknown. I'm worried about her, but without any leads, we'd just be looking for her blindly. I should focus on the investigation for now. It will eventually lead me to Iris, I'm sure of it. With that in mind, I headed to So's mansion. No, he's not dead.
I thought I told you never to show your face here again.
Question him.
I didn't come here for Shoko today. I didn't come here for Iris either. Instead, I'm here for a girl who looks like Iris. Did you kill her?
Did you kill her?
Date, look.
I knew it.
Stupid.
You killed her, didn't you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I've had enough of your shit, Congressman. You wanted to check on the body of the girl you killed. That's why you were at the cold storage warehouse 2 days ago. Where is Renju Okiura? You know where he is, don't you? You were at an Okiura fishery warehouse for a reason. There's definitely a connection between you two. And that's not all. Number 89 called your secretary, the same number 89 that Renju escaped with. Now tell me, where is Renju?
She's not going to tell you. Suddenly, a gang of bodyguards stormed out of the mansion. In an instant, they surrounded me. This is funny.
We'd like to ask you to please leave.
Damn it, So!
There's nothing we can do.
Yeah, I don't know what you thought going there would
He
do.
did arrive without a warrant. We were technically trespassing. If he had called the police, we would be in a predicament. We would have been detained immediately. Who would look after Iris then? Do you intend to leave your responsibility with Mizuki and Ota?
Ah,
Calm down, Date. We still have our lead.
lead?
Before I explain, we need to discuss the corpse in the cold storage warehouse. Let's give her a name. Because she is frozen solid, we could call her All Ice.
Shut up! Shut up! No!
I'll bet you feel so smart, developers.
Hmm.
Feel so good about yourselves right now.
Hate it. Why does it follow me?
Alice and Iris. I believe it fits nicely.
Alright, Alice. What about her?
Someone might be able to identify her.
Why does it follow me?
Who?
I mean, I know why, but
Again with this?
First question. You have seen this corpse more than twice. 3 times, in fact.
But-
When was the first time?
when was the first time I saw this corpse? Sunday?
That was the second time when my body was
Today
out of
is day
commission when
4.
you went to the warehouse on your own. I'm talking about
3 days ago, Saturday night when I synced at Abyss.
yes. in
I
the
wasn't sure
Somnium
whether or not it
Files,
was 2 or 3
we saw
days.
the frozen corpse of a girl. Question
Yeah, it's
In-
weird. Only remembered because
What?
I don't know why I remembered. I just remembered that Tuesday was 4th day.
Who is the girl?
Of Iris, Alice. Okay, Alice.
Now I know. That girl was probably Alan.
Most likely, yes. So we have technically known Alice for 3 days. One last thing. The final question. In which Somnium did we see Alice?
Mizuki.
My roommate, Mizuki Okiura.
Exactly. You mentioned something about Mizuki's Somnium being some kind of prophecy, but prophecies are nonsense. Dreams are not made of the future. They are made from the past.
How did she know about...
Therefore,
Mizuki has seen Alice before.
there is no other explanation.
Iba, where is Mizuki now?
Where we went with Iris yesterday, the Kume Shrine.
A shrine? Why would you...
Unknown. She is supposed to be looking for Iris.
Okay, let's go.
She was probably feeling upset and responsible for for her being missing,
Yeah.
which she isn't, but she probably feels that way. So she went to the shrine to calm down.
Did you find Iris?
If I did, I would have told you already.
Right.
What are you doing here?
Iris used to like this shrine. She told me about all her memories here. We used to come here all the time. You know those steps in the front? We would sit there together and talk about things, like what gluten-free means, and eyelash extensions, and aerial yoga, and we would talk about all our problems together. Sometimes we would talk late into the night.
We would talk about things like what gluten-free means.
So I thought that maybe she'd be here, but it looks like I was wrong.
Where's Ota?
I think he's searching Akihabara right now. Last time he checked in, he said he didn't have anything.
Where's Renju?
I think Iris is with Renju.
With Daddy?
Yeah. Her note mentioned her most trusted person. It's probably Renju.
Yeah. I remember that mermaid girl saying something like that.
He was looking for Iris.
Does that mean that Daddy is the one who called for Iris?
It could be, so I need to know where he is.
But I haven't been able to get a hold of him.
About Alice.
Mizuki, I have something very important to ask you.
I told Mizuki about the frozen corpse we called Alice.
You've seen her before, haven't you? 3 days ago, I saw her in your Somnium. The body of a girl who looks like Iris, Alice. Your dreams are built from your memories. So that corpse... Mizuki, please, answer me. Iris's life is at stake.
Huh? What do you mean?
About Alice. I told Mizuki everything. About how Renju ran off with the assassin number 89. About 89, how 89 is connected to Sosajima. And that Sajima is linked to Alice's murder.
I need to know everything about Alice. If I find out who she is, I might be able to solve the mystery of Renju and number 89.
Who does she
That might
look
lead me
like,
to
you idiot?
Iris.
Mizuki looked down at her feet quietly. I could see agony in her face. The silence lingered. Finally, she steeled herself, lifted her head, and spoke.
Okay, I'll tell you about Alice. It was about a month ago. I saw my daddy crying in the president's office at Lemnis. I was peeking through a crack in the door so he didn't see me. Daddy got up, then got into his car and drove away. I'd never seen him like that before. I was curious, so I followed him in a taxi. That led me to the cold storage warehouse. He got out of his car and went inside. I followed right behind him, quietly. Daddy was standing next to the forklift in the back. I hid behind a shelf. I watched Daddy open the hood of the forklift, and then, after a little bit, he left. I wanted to know what he was looking at. I went over to the forklift and I looked under the hood myself, and then...
You saw Alice's dead body.
But at the time, I thought it was Iris.
Why didn't you call the police?
What was I supposed to do? Daddy would have been in trouble.
So you kept quiet this whole time?
Yeah.
Did you talk to Renju about it?
What do you mean? I couldn't just ask. It would have changed everything. I thought that as long as I stayed quiet, everything would be okay. I didn't see a dead body. I wasn't even at the warehouse. I repeated that to myself over and over and tried to forget the whole thing.
Repressed memories are often the subject of somnia.
That's why Alice showed up during the sync.
What did you do after that?
The corpse looked exactly like Iris. I couldn't believe she was dead. I just couldn't, so I went to Iris's house. Huh? What's wrong, Mizuki? Iris was alive. I thought I was going crazy or dreaming. I tried to convince myself that it was just a hallucination. I actually met with one of the higher-ups at Daddy's company last night, before I went to Matsushita Diner.
Why?
Because you asked about the cold storage. I was curious. I asked around some,
And?
I found out that Daddy was managing the warehouse before I was born.
Oh.
After my grandpa died, Daddy took over.
Okay, so it is connected to him, despite what they want to think.
In exchange for managing the warehouse, he gave ownership of the company to someone else. I guess he didn't want to let this place go. Or maybe he couldn't let it go. But I understand why. Inside that warehouse was...
Alice.
On paper, Daddy has nothing to do with Okiura Fishery. Daddy was still managing the warehouse. And he was the only one allowed in there, too. That was part of the agreement when he gave up the company. And the whole thing had to be a secret. He really stressed that point.
Hey, Mizuki. How long was he managing the warehouse?
For 18 years. That's what the man told me.
18 years? From that long ago?
Yes.
Iba, I need an emergency search. Missing persons from 18 years ago.
Understood.
Huh?
Date, I found her. The girl who looks like Iris.
What's her name?
Monica Iwai. 19 years old at the time of her disappearance. A graduate of Eitoku High School.
What?
Eitoku?
Renju was my classmate at Eitoku High.
So they went to high school together.
We've known each other for 20 years now. When I was young, I lost someone very important to me. Monica Iwai, my best
Monica
friend.
Iwai.
One of the only friends I had.
Wah.
Alice's Monica. Hitomi's friend who went to the same school as her and Renju. But why? Monica's body was found just now. But even back then, Hitomi knew. She knew that Monica was already dead. Iba, where is Hitomi right now?
At headquarters for questioning, MPD still believes that the body they discovered was Iris.
Got it. Contact boss. Have them bring Hitomi to Abyss.
Oh no! We're gonna do a sync with her!
You're gonna want to use your map for this one. It's really dark.
Okay.
You're awfully calm. You saw the corpse of your daughter today. You were called into the station to confirm, and yet here you are. Cool as a cucumber, even though you lost your precious daughter. Shall I guess why?
Jeez, why is he like already feeling like he's... Why is it feeling like he's already
Because she knows.
accusing?
She knows that's not her daughter.
Because that body isn't Iris, and you know it.
Are you serious?
Yes. Her name is Monica Iwai. She was killed when she was 19. She went to the same high school as you, and she was your best friend. Isn't that right? Nothing to say for yourself? Hiding something? Maybe you killed her with Renju.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, now you're talking. But we know Renju committed a crime, illegally disposing of a body. And we can prove it.
Okay.
The cold storage warehouse where the body was found.
Implicate Hitomi, interrogation. Huh? That's the achievement I just got.
I saw.
It's been managed by Renju Okiura for almost 2 decades now. And witness testimony proves...
Wait, you can see my achievements?
Yeah, because it's a screen share. It's full screen.
It should just be sharing the application, though, is what I was saying. Because stream can't see it, and I'm sharing the application. Meh. Weird.
The way Discord works with audio is really fucking weird. Like, I've never been able to share audio for, like, an individual application. I have to do full screen share.
Oh, weird. I'm just sharing the application, and you can hear it, right?
I can hear it fine, yeah.
Weird. Okay.
But also, like, yeah, because it's built into there. The applications are built in with Steam Overlay, so I'm guessing that Discord is grabbing Steam Overlay, but OBS is not. Which is probably a security feature for, like, not seeing what you're purchasing in video game.
Yeah.
You knew about the corpse too. You and Renju have been close since high school. It's not too much of a stretch to think that he told you about the body. And I remember you telling me one.
When I was young, I lost someone very important to me. Monica Iwai, my best friend.
How did you know that she was dead?
I didn't.
Don't play dumb. I know you're hiding something. You know what happened 18 years, and you knew she was pregnant. You were her best friend. Of course you would have known. Tell me. Tell me everything.
Tell me everything!
Word to me!
Date, she's not going to talk.
Okay, we're gonna sync with her, I guess.
Yeah, you
Sync
got
with her.
the achievement because you successfully completed it with no errors.
Oh.
Date, I'm sure I've told you enough times by now, but please, come back within 6 minutes.
Mizuki gets really pissed off every time Tutor tells her about the 6-minute time limit.
It's funny.
She's like, yeah,
Can't
I
promise you
know.
that, Peter.
What do you mean?
I mean, I'm not coming back until I find something.
Date, you can't.
Why not?
You know why.
Because it will take over my consciousness?
Yes.
But if it's only a little...
No, not even a little. If the sync passes the critical point, the damage will be irreparable.
But what does that mean exactly?
They can't tell him because it's happened to him. Anyways. You two hiding something?
No.
I'm not hiding anything.
You suck at
Let's
lying.
experiment with my mind. Then we'll know for sure what'll happen.
Fine. I'll just say it.
Yeah?
Pewter, tell him.
Yeah?
Me?
You know more about it than I do.
Well,
What happens? Tell me.
well, first off, 6 minutes is not a hard limit. It could be 7, or even 8.
I don't care about the exact time. I'm asking what happens if you go beyond the...
Do you remember the story I told you about the egg?
Yeah, why?
You can only keep the eggs and
If
the
you
yolk and the white
imagine
separated
an
for
egg
so
as
long
your consciousness, the yolk is what goes into the subject's brain.
before they start to mix together.
The white remains inside your shell. If you go beyond the limit, your yolk will not be able to return to its shell.
Because the subject's mind will start to take over the sinker's consciousness, right? I know that part already.
Indeed. But there's more to it. After the yolk is devoured, the egg white is brought through the machine next.
Huh?
And there's more. It's not just the sinker's brain. The same process eventually occurs in the subject's as well. In other words, the entire egg ends up being replaced. Mind, consciousness, memory, they are traded. Switched.
If that happens, couldn't you just do it again?
Stood as a memory limit. One brain can only hold
Theoretically,
one
I guess.
consciousness, and it can only contain one person's memories.
Anything else?
Now you know everything. Talk to the boss.
Why'd you keep this a secret?
I was unaware of this, but this information is not on any accessible.
We had to prevent the possibility that the system could be exploited.
Exploited?
Even if it wasn't you, someone else might try. We didn't tell any sinkers this, including you. Project Sync is a top-secret project. It's a matter of national security. Even sinkers are on a need-to-know basis. Think about it. What if you were kidnapped by bad people who tried to make you talk?
Bad people?
A criminal organization, spies from another country. Those people. If you blabbed about Project Sync, the entire country might be at risk. You heard it from Pewter. The sync machine isn't just for entering a person's somnium. It can also be used to swap bodies between two people. Imagine what this machine would be used for in the wrong hands. That's why I didn't tell you. We can't let this secret get out.
Swapping bodies between two people? Trading minds?
Okay, but we already kind of guessed that that would happen.
Remember what I told you earlier? Are you listening to me?
Yeah, I got it.
Are you really okay?
I'm fine. Start it.
Understood. Let us begin.
Hmm. Sus.
God?
I am the god of fire. I burn erotic books with my flames of red-hot anger.
My, how ruthless.
Ah!
Ow!
Are you okay?
That hurt.
I'll let you read this porno mag if it'll make you feel...
I will burn it.
The fog is making it pitch black.
The light over there. Is that a firefly? Somnium scan. Activate.
Reveal the hidden secrets. Reveal Hitomi's secret, buried deep inside, sinking in the mountain.
It disappeared?
No, wait. It might still be nearby.
A flower bud. I cannot identify the variety.
Worship, smell, figure out type. What? Well, let's see. She can't smell. That wouldn't do anything. And it can't be smell every time. That would be really dumb. Worship, I mean, it would be worth a try. Figure out the type. She already said she doesn't know the type. So, what would be the point of sitting here and trying to figure out what type it is? Unless it's a winter iris. But she would know if it were an winter iris. So...
Worship it?
Yeah.
I will pray to it as though I am mourning the dead. It bloomed a little?
I don't know what caused it, but it's better than nothing happening.
lit it up. Shake? We have a hole in a tree, rock 1, rock 2, rock 3.
3.
What?
3.
The tree. Wait. Okay, I'm gonna get it. Whee!
What?
Okay, anyways.
A hole in a tree. I may be able to fit inside.
Scream, peek inside, stick hand in, tackle. Stick your hand in it.
I am not going to be eaten or anything, right? Whoa! I fell, but I am still in the forest.
It's darker than before.
What? Is someone there? Hey! That voice is...
Find out where that voice is coming.
Tree 2.
Renju. Oh, hole in the tree too? We don't need to go to Renju? Okay.
Renju is after 3.
Oh, there he is, though. Hello, Renju. Wait, where's the... Oh, it's this way.
5 minutes left, Date.
a hole in the tree. It looks about as big around as a soccer ball.
Tackle, stick hand in, peek inside, scream. Stick your hand in it.
I am not going to be sucked in, am I?
Probably.
That's strange. Should have worked.
Did you want to see me get sucked in?
Yeah.
Was that not it? I guess.
A hole in...
It is the wrong interaction, but the correct object.
I cannot see anything.
Anything else?
I do not see anywhere that air... A hole in the tree. The Emperor is naked!
What?
Okay. What about the Empress, though?
The Empress is naked!
Sounds like my kind of empire. I don't see anything.
Nor do I.
Seriously?
A hole.
Why is tackle the answer?
Oh.
Understood. I will do...
Oh, I guess it was shake the tree.
This is... a picture of Hitomi, Renju, and Monica.
Everyone is so young.
4 minutes.
Renju Okiura. Renju, look at this. Wait!
Okay.
Renju.
You shook Renju. Okay.
Tree 3. Oh no, wait, no, it's hole. Hole 1.
Map doesn't really help. Oh, okay.
What is this hole? It look... Really?
Yeah, go ahead.
Understood. It's even more difficult to see now. Another voice? Monica! That's Hitomi's voice.
Where is she? Look for...
Hole in tree 3.
Another hole in a tree. About as big as a capybara, I estimate.
Why?
Those are pretty big.
What is this? A web of some kind?
Well, it would have to be a spider web.
I have web on my face. A hole in a...
3 minutes, Dante.
Leave it to me. Huh? Date, perhaps we should...
Yeah.
Ah!
A hole in a... Hitomi! Date likes Hitomi!
Hey, what are you trying to say? Hitomi won't remember this sink. But still.
Hitomi stopped.
Tree again.
What?
tree again.
A hole in a tree. I won't get.
A bracelet.
A cord bracelet has appeared on my wrist.
Might be important. Hold on to it.
Where's Hitomi?
You have less than 2 minutes, Date. Hurry.
That's Hitomi.
Show her the bracelet.
Do you remember this? Wait!
Follow her.
On it! A large hole. If there is nothing left to... Date, what is going on?
I don't know. It's pitch black. I can't see anything.
I see. Then it is not me malfunctioning.
Can you feel your way around?
I can try.
Cluster.
Amaryllis.
Okay. Seems far away, I guess.
A licorice flower.
Grab is so big.
Yig.
Okay, let's grab it, I guess.
Dig.
No, dig? What? Why'd you...
Say dig.
You said it weird, so I did not understand
Dig.
you.
Must be strong.
Yeah, I can't understand what that means.
You fool.
Let's do it.
You said "ming." That's what it sounds like to me.
Dig.
It sounds like "ming" to me, and I'm like, what does that mean?
What? Another hole.
This is so weird.
A large hole.
1 minute left.
I'm guessing this is the last one.
Yes.
We've come this far. I will not protest now. Ugh.
One more somnium left.
Hmm?
One more somnium left.
Mm.
With so many fucking instructions.
That is...
No way. Really? They used the prototype sync machine. But for what purpose?
25 instructions.
25?
I may just read these out to you. Like, be like, okay, go here and do this. Because I think the time is also, like, more strict in this last one.
Tuesday.
Hitomi, I think I know what happened 18 years ago. You three were close. You, Monica, and Renju. Monica was murdered. You and Renju found the body in the mountains.
Oh.
You brought it back to the cold storage warehouse. My guess is Sosajima killed Monica. I've seen inside his head before, using the
hiding it anymore. I'll tell you the truth.
The Sagan residence. 18 years ago. That's her.
Wait, you're going to see So?
That's her child.
So he told me he really adopted her.
That's why they look alike.
I
Yeah.
want to talk to him in person.
No, you can't.
Why not? Are you worried about my body? You don't have to worry about that. I'm totally fine. But your stomach is still... Oh, my doctor told me that's normal. Your stomach doesn't go down right away after giving birth.
Yeah.
Not worried about your body. I don't know how to explain it. So doesn't care about you. And especially not your child.
Does that? No, So didn't. Did So really mean that he is our father? Because if so, so, then we're siblings.
So is not
I
Date's father.
haven't told
Okay.
him about giving birth.
Because he said killed by your own father, and I was like, what do you mean? Iris.
Oh, I forgot about that scene.
Yeah. That's why I was like, what? Is he trying to say that he's Date's father? What?
He contacted me for the first time.
I mean,
in a
yes,
while.
that is what he was trying to say. It was pretty obvious that that is what he was trying to say.
But he's not Date's father?
So that's why.
He wants to know about the baby.
He must be panicking. If anyone ever finds out his mistress had his baby, his political career would be over.
It's not like it was an affair. His wife passed away after giving birth to his son, right?
It would still be a big scandal. He impregnated a girl who just graduated high school. Don't you see how that looks? He knew how the public would take it. That's why he gave you the money to deal with it. There's no way he'll accept that child.
It's okay. I told him that I won't cause any trouble.
And he killed her
But
anyways.
could you take care of the baby? Just for a little bit? I'll be right back.
Oh, they all knew she was not coming back.
Fine. But take this with you, just in case.
Oh, really? Why is her face being covered?
There's a lamp in the way.
It's a GPS transmitter.
Yeah, but that was like intentional.
Just to be extra safe.
A
No, I think they
GPS
just
trans.
didn't realize. I think they just didn't realize how that room was modeled for people standing up in it.
Oh.
I really don't think I'll need it. But okay, if it'll make you feel better.
It's the same thing.
I don't know what Monica saw in So.
Money.
She said he was kind and loyal, that he wanted to change Japan, but I didn't understand any of it. I tried to convince her to break up with him so many times. She never listened. And it ended in tragedy. What happened next, you already know. Neither Rendru or I saw it happen. So I don't know how much of this is accurate, but we could guess what happened.
He had somebody murder. What? So it wasn't him. What? about Monica's killer.
Date, you said that Monica was killed by So, but that's not true. Monica was killed by Saito Sejima,
His...
the
Who?
son of So, and
Okay.
his late wife.
The son.
Saito was 12 at the time.
Is... No.
No comment. About to say. Preemptively
Yes.
not going to answer because I'm not sure what you're going to say, and I just don't want to say either way.
I'll finish my thought. Falco. It's Falco. Didn't his son... Is his son... No. It couldn't be.
Falco
this-
is not
No.
Saito.
But why would a little boy do that?
I don't know.
Is he the current killer, though?
I can't imagine.
What did So say to Monica?
He told her to move overseas. He said he'd pay for
Apparently
everything.
Luna blocked from Google.
Hmm?
Luna looked up grass sandwich in Google searched, and now they can't make any more Google searches.
Oh. Why did you look up grass sand...
Searches anymore.
What? I'm so... It's so random.
Luna is in a silly, goofy mood, and apparently they went on Google and looked up the phrase grass sandwich about an hour ago. And since then, they have not been able to make any more searches using Google.
Interesting. Who told you this?
Renju told me.
But you said he wasn't there.
He heard some of this from the Kumakuras. Renju had connections with them.
How did the Kumakuras...
So told them.
Uh,
You good? Hey, Quet, are you okay? All right.
Oh, we're back. Did it stop streaming to you? Yeah, it
Did.
did. Okay. Ooh.
I was worried you wasn't a dead.
No. What happened after Monica's
Scott
murder?
contacted his friend, the chairman of the Kumakuras. He asked him to dispose of the body and left the scene with Saito.
The incident was 18 years ago. That means the chairman was Rohan, not Moma.
Rohan went to the scene of the crime?
Yes, with some of his men.
Listen to the rest of the story.
Again, neither Renju or I saw this. We were just waiting at my house for Monica to return. But she never came back. We tried to call her cell, but it didn't connect. But then, we saw movement on the GPS.
The GPS Renju gave to Monica?
Yes. At first, we thought she was on her way home. But we saw the GPS getting further and further away from the city. Renju and I got nervous, and we decided to follow it.
What about the baby?
We couldn't take the baby with us, so Renju gave the baby to the mob doctor he trusted.
The mob doctor?
Those are Kumakura men.
We didn't dare move. We couldn't speak. We were barely breathing. We could only watch as it all unfolded. I knew what the hole was for, but I couldn't move. Couldn't do anything. I remember my heart beating so fast. Before long.
We good here?
Yeah. Cover her.
Just a minute.
Oh, and then he took her eyeball, never mind. Oh!
Beautiful.
Jeez.
The Kumakura people covered Monika's body, then left. Renju and I ran over and dug up the grave with a tree branch. What we saw.
Oh yeah, it was the wrong eyeball, huh?
Monica! Monica! We need to call the police.
No, we can't. Not yet.
Why not?
You don't know who those guys are. They would do anything to keep this hidden. I've seen it happen myself. I know what they're capable of. Anyway, think about it. Why would they do this? They thought Monica and her baby were going to be trouble. Monica's stomach was still pretty big. I don't think they know that she gave birth already. What do you think they'd do if they found out? They would take her and kill her too. And then, they'd come for us. They'd make it look like we disappeared. All of us would be...
Renju convinced me. He knew more about the dirty underbelly of society than anyone. He knew when something couldn't be handled by the police. He said that they would do anything to kill the child. And I believed him. We had to protect Monica's baby. We had to.
And yet...
No matter. Okay. I understand.
So that's why Soshijima killed Iris. It was a copycat.
I decided to trust him.
Maybe.
We couldn't leave Monica's body in the forest. We cleaned her up and took her to the cold storage warehouse.
This warehouse is owned by Okiura Fishery. My father runs it. But it's not in use right now. They're moving operations to a better area. They're actually looking for buyers right now. But don't worry. I'll take over the warehouse.
Are you sure?
Yes. I'll keep everyone out. Everyone but you, of course. I'll give you a key. You can come visit any time you want to see Monica.
Dang.
Monica, don't worry about the baby. I'll protect her, no matter what. And don't worry about them.
Would you
either.
not just, like, make a better grave for her?
The people who did this to you, I will never forgive them. I'm sorry, Monica. Sorry. I'm sorry. Monica.
I knew well. Oh, interesting. Renju, 19 years old. Did you get the birth
The mob
certificate?
doctor took care of everything. I have the birth certificate, and I even picked up a mother and baby book. It wasn't cheap, but you don't have to worry about it. Just submit the birth certificate, and everything will be taken care of. You look worried.
I feel like I'm somehow betraying Monica. She was the one who gave birth.
Soon, you won't even be able to think about that, because a war is about to begin.
A war?
Between you and the baby. You won't get a good night's sleep for a long time. You might even start to resent Monica for all this.
Really?
Anyway, as soon as you submit the certificate, you will officially
A
be her
war
mother.
is about to begin between you and baby. Are you fucking kidding me?
Be sure to raise
That's
her
like the
responsibly.
shittiest parenting tip you can give.
Yeah.
I'll help. Occasionally.
No fucking wonder he's a shit
Occasionally,
dad.
huh?
Yeah. About Monica's killer.
I don't really want to discuss this, but there's something you need to know. After talking to the Kumakura gang, I found out who killed Monica. So's son, Saito Sejima.
How? Saito was only
12 years old.
Why? Why would a little boy do that?
I don't know the motive, but I know it's true. So used his connections with the Kumakuras to cover up for his son. And all of the evidence of this scandal, of course.
I'll never forgive them. So, his son, or the Kumakuras.
I feel the same way. But you can't think about revenge now. You and the baby can't lead a life like that. Just bear with it for now. The opportunity will come. So wait until the right moment. Okay?
What should we name her?
I was thinking about her name. How about Iris?
Iris?
The goddess of rainbows in Greek mythology, and the colored part of your eye.
And the flower, too.
Right.
I thought it might have something to do with your name, Hitomi.
Not only that, it's also for Monica's name. The kanji for Monica uses the character for love, and Monica reminds me of Manako, Japanese for eye.
So both names have something to do with the eye.
And eye, which means love, will always be a part of Iris.
An iris, like the eye that was stolen from her mother. Interesting.
So that's how you came up with the name?
Don't you think it's nice?
Iris. Iris. Yeah, I really like it.
And so my life with Iris began. Raising a child was much harder than I expected. Waking up in the middle of the night to change diapers or feed her, Iris wasn't a good sleeper. I had to sing her lullabies to put her to sleep, and I always needed to put her to bed so carefully. It would only take 10 seconds before she'd start crying again. So I had to pick her up, sing her another lullaby, then put her back to bed. After doing this over and over, before I knew it, the morning sun would creep in through the windows. But even with all that, I cherished every single day. My hatred for those responsible never went away, but my hands were full raising Iris. I devoted myself to her. I never thought about anything else. Eventually, my desire for revenge just faded away.
That makes sense. What?
Mama, I'm wet. I'm wet.
It's cringy.
Sweepy. Up. Mommy, I won race today. Is Mommy proud of me? Mommy, I want to see Milky Moon again. Mommy, you are so good at dancing. Mommy, pancakes are done. Sorry, I burned it a little. Mommy, why can't I dance at the stores? I can't help it. My body dances on its own. Mommy, don't more people come to barbecues? How come it's always you and me? Hey, Mommy. How long will it take my bone to get better? I want to dance again with everybody.
Aww.
Hey, Mommy, do you like my shirt? Look, we're matching. Mommy, thank you for everything. I love you more than anything in the whole wide world. Mommy, look. I drew it.
The Okonomiyaki War, huh?
That was so fun! We should do it again!
The food or the food fight?
Both!
I'm gonna have to say no to the latter, sweetie. It took forever to clean.
But Uncle said he wants to do it again too! Hey, Mommy.
Yes?
Are you gonna marry him?
Oh.
What are you talking about?
As long as it's Uncle, I'm all for it! I say go for it!
I would always question myself. Could I keep living a lie? I had promised Monica that I would avenge her. But I couldn't work up the courage. And maybe Ranger was exaggerating, but there's no statute of limitations for murder in Japan. If we showed Monica's body to the police, So would be punished by the law. And the Tsujima's and Kumakura's crimes would be uncovered. But that would mean Iris's secret would be uncovered as well. That's what I was really worried about. I didn't want Iris to know that So was her father. And even more than that, I didn't want her to know that I'm not her real mother. That's the real reason I've been silent for 18 years.
Dang.
I didn't want to lose Iris, but... fate can be cruel. God used other means to take Iris from me. In January, Iris suddenly collapsed. It was caused by a malignant tumor in her brain. There's nothing we can do. She only has a year to live at most. That's what the doctor said. If you remember me telling you. But what I didn't tell you is that there was an experimental It was...
Some of the cutting-edge nanomachines can even go inside your body and cure illnesses.
I see.
They can even cure cancer. And they go beep, beep, beep. That's what Mom said.
Nanomachines. Nanomachines could remove the tumor. But the procedure would be so expensive. With my salary, it wasn't something I could afford. I thought hard about it. About how I could get my hands on that kind of money. But I couldn't think of a solution. Time passed. Before I knew it, it was November. Iris's symptoms worsened. Her time was running out. I was starting to panic. I couldn't sit here and waste time while Iris... In any case, I had to get the money before it was too late. So I thought of a plan. A plan to blackmail Sol Tsujima. Two days ago, on Saturday night, I called So and invited him to come to the warehouse. He agreed to come. After I hinted at what happened 18 years ago, I had prepared everything, hiding behind the forklift until So came. When he finally arrived, he walked over to the workbench where I had laid Monica's body. He lifted the cloth and looked down. He whimpered and stumbled back. Even he was fazed, seeing a body he thought he got rid of 18 years ago. Not to mention it was the body of a woman he was in a relationship with. He reacted exactly as I expected he would. I had prepared a recording and sent it to his phone.
I know what happened 18 years ago. Everything. I know who did it, and I know she had a baby inside her. You can probably guess what I'm going to say next. Be prepared to pay for my silence. I will tell you the exact amount later. And don't tell anyone about this. Not Saito. Not the Kumakuras. If you do anything even remotely suspect, I will go to the press with the truth. Understand?
Of course she wouldn't go to the press with the truth.
I told him to keep quiet and cut ties with the Kumakuras, even if he found out who I was. Without the Kumakura gang, he had no power over me, and there's no way he'd risk his political career, not to go after me. I saw So put his phone back into his pocket and run out of the warehouse. came out of my hiding place to put Monica's body back, but then something unexpected happened.
You.
I saw you, Date. I hid behind the forklift before you saw me, and when you were done looking around,
It can't be. Iris.
Dang. I was losing consciousness. My head felt fuzzy. I couldn't gather my thoughts. I didn't know what to say. Instead, Aiba did the talking.
Iris is not Hitomi's daughter. But Iris's father is Sosajima. Her mother, Monica Iwai, was killed 18 years ago by So's son, Saito. However, Hitomi raised Iris since she was a baby. Hitomi showed unwavering love and compassion for her, just as much as her biological mother would have if Iris's tumor was discovered in January of this year. The only possible treatment was experimental nanotechnology. However, that treatment is restrictively expensive. Hitomi devised a plan to blackmail Sosajima. The best way to establish the blackmail was that is why Hitomi created the scene with the corpse. She was the one who called So to the warehouse. On Sunday night, what Date saw was what Hitomi had prepared for So. That is the summary of what we have learned so far. But there are some things I have yet to understand. Date, pull yourself together. Ask her questions. Date, snap out of it.
I heard Aiba call for me, and came too. Continuing Sunday's events.
Probably don't have to ask, but let me just be sure. After I left the warehouse, what did you do?
I put Monica's body back under the hood of the forklift. Then I left.
Makes sense.
That's why the police didn't see the body when they arrived on the scene. It makes perfect sense now that I have the facts. Iris did not resurrect. You simply mistook Monica for Iris. The body did not disappear. Hitomi moved it. Those were the events at the warehouse Sunday night. Simple.
Why did Rohan remove Monica's eye?
Sorry. I have no idea.
We know, but Date doesn't. Did you tell Renju about the about blackmailing?
I did not. All of this was my idea.
Summarize.
There are still a few loose ends, but I believe I understand what occurred 18 years ago. However, none of this ties directly back to Shoko Nadami. Her murder was just 4 days ago. Is it connected? Or are these two separate cases?
If there is a connection, it would be with Renju and So. We can think about it later. More importantly,
I headed for the exit.
Wait. Where are you going?
to look for Iris, of course.
But you have no idea where she is.
Do you know something?
Yes.
How do you know where Iris is?
At around 4 o'clock today, I received. I don't know who it was. They were using a voice modulator.
What did they say?
They have your daughter.
Isn't she?
Don't call the police or she dies.
I think maybe she's with So.
That's why I didn't tell you earlier.
Renju.
We don't know that for certain. It could be number 89.
Or
Either
both.
way, Iris is in danger right now.
The voice asked for something else. He told me to go to a specified location with you.
With me?
Yes.
The culprit knows me? It must be Renju. What location?
I'm sorry, but this stops now.
Specifically here? Oh my gosh. He shot her!
Date. Run.
Oh, computer!
Please, do not worry.
You seriously gonna try and kill us for your love? Okay.
I merely put her to sleep.
What are you doing?
My orders. They told us to halt our investigation. The boss was already going against orders as it is, which is why...
Investigation? What investigation? Shoko or Iris?
Neither. The investigation of Monika's murder.
Because of Soshijima, because Soshijima has...
Monica? But her case is all but completely solved.
Yes, but only to us, right? If we say nothing, then her investigation is ongoing.
Soshijima. So threatened us, didn't he?
I don't know. But you've been stripped of your authority on this investigation.
Pewter, why are you doing what they say?
As of 5 minutes ago. In fact, you are to be placed under house arrest. What will you do, Date? I suggest you comply.
Why are you complying, Pewter? Stupid. Is this job so important to you?
Iva, can you turn the power off?
Easily.
Alright, get ready. 3, 2, 1.
Ooh! Dang.
Now tell me, where is the location?
I can't tell you.
Why not?
If I told you, you'd go alone, wouldn't you? But if I don't go with you...
Alright, take me there.
Hey, make sure to charge your eye while you're at it. Abandoned. Uh-huh. The second sync machine.
I know this place.
It's the chemical plant that closed 8 years ago.
Oh! The chemical plant. I knew that. How did I know that? The corners of my mind were aching.
Date,
Ooh.
I'm sorry, but this is going to be bad.
What happened?
Someone has begun to access my stored memory. They are attempting to wipe all the data.
4105 and say the lie.
Accumulated over the last 5 years, including backups.
Pewter. Is Pewter doing this?
Almost definitely. He does have admin rights.
Ice installed.
Ice, but that will only buy time. We have 4 hours at the most. After my ice is broken, Peter will be able to access logic, my core program.
Oh, okay, never mind.
He will be able to destroy my mind.
Why?
It must be related to the orders they are receiving from the top. The higher-ups clearly see you as a threat. They are attempting to limit your power by removing you from the equation. I suppose their motivation hardly matters now. The most important thing now is finding Iris and bringing her to Abyss within 4 hours, or else I will cease to exist.
Sure.
Date? What's wrong?
Nothing.
All right, now you know. So get moving. I'm counting on you, Date.
4 hours. It's fine. That should be plenty of time. I gripped my revolver and got moving. Well, we're definitely very close to the end of this route.
No.
No?
I'll go in first.
No.
Ooh.
This is the last route.
Wait, what? This is the canon route?
This is the final ending.
This is the canon route.
Yes.
Dude, what? Seriously?
There are no other choices.
Except to go back and look at the locked. What?
Oh, I forgot about that. Yes, I forgot about the boss. Yes, we do need to go back to the boss. We will unlock something in this route, which sends us to the boss's route, which will then bring us back here.
Okay.
But yeah, there are no other choices.
Imagine if you did this route first.
Is that...
It might have locked. You know, maybe. I don't know. Who?
Renju?
He's been dead for so long. Oh. Hi. Okay. The case remains unsolved. Oh, okay. Okay, this is it. So now we go. Would you like to save? Yes. It's gonna kick us out.
And then we'll say, boss, something unlocked in bosses.
Yeah. Locked. Unlocked.
This is the ending where we see boss shoot Show, I believe, in the head. I believe this is the ending where we see boss shoot Show in the head.
I don't know what that means. Why are you saying that?
Just for a quick recap. To remind of what happened in this route.
Show? That who?
Oh, sorry, Stowe.
Oh, so.
I always misremember him as Show.
I was like, shot who in the head? Jeez. I was like, you're saying a character that I don't know of.
So Tsujima. Yeah,
Yeah.
that one.
Tsujima. Why? Why?
Anyways.
Boss?
She probably got fed up.
What's going on here? Why did Boss kill So?
Boss's alibi for Shoko's murder.
Shoko was killed around 5 p.m. Friday. What was Boss doing at that time?
Unknown.
Boss's alibi for Renju's murder.
What about Saturday, 8 p.m.?
Iris is also dead in this one, isn't she? No.
The time Renju was killed? Similarly unknown.
Iris. Oh no, they are both dead in this one. Okay.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Iris and Ota were killed at different times. I was watching the stream on the call with Boss.
Only the first few minutes. The polar bear had not yet appeared on stream. It is possible that she made the call from somewhere off camera.
Where was Boss's phone at the time? Check her cell record.
She did not call from a mobile phone. She used a PC, using a VPN service. She could have accessed her Abyss PC from the warehouse and made the call.
Did she also use that warehouse to shoot So? Okay. You don't believe it, boss?
Boss is the new Cyclops killer?
No.
Shoko,
Silly.
Renju, Iris, Ota, So. Boss killed them all?
Oh yeah, so. Oh yeah. Eh?
The evidence makes that a likely possibility. So also had his left eye removed.
Then why did So help kill Iris and Ota? That doesn't make
Identical
sense.
to Shoko, Renju, and Iris. Date, I know where the boss is. I have picked up her GPS.
Where?
She is now at the Sagan residence, somewhere inside Hitomi.
What?
Nyong. And you didn't think that we would finish this game today?
It always feels longer than it is.
Hitomi! Hitomi!
Noelle! Did you hear that? She said, meh.
I did not hear. I'm sad. I wish to hear the kibim.
Here. Say hi.
I heard that. Sorry, Buddy, buddy. Here you go, baby. Baby.
I called, there was no reply. I didn't see boss either.
Call boss's phone.
On it.
It's not past the door. The sound is coming from inside this room. I got cat hair in my mouth. Bookshelf. I hear the phone vibrating. Where's it coming from? Oh, over there. Okay.
The boss is...
Were we set up?
Name Date, you were under arrest for murder.
We were set up!
Drop your weapon. Comply.
Excuse you? Why are you setting me up for murder?
Boss.
I have my eye on me at all times. How do you think I murdered somebody? What are you doing?
Same thing. You killed Shoko Nadami, didn't you?
No.
That's ridiculous. What are you talking about?
Don't lie.
Did you kill the 5
Are
victims?
you kidding me?
You're the new Cyclops killer.
What?
You put a gun to So's head and pulled the trigger. I saw it with my own eye.
Shut up! Shut up! Stop lying!
I have all the video evidence I need right here unless Pewter deletes it. Where's Hitomi?
I don't know. She was gone when I got here.
Why did you come here?
Why would I tell you?
Fight!
This is going nowhere.
Are you going to fight?
I have no choice.
I recommend against it. You have 0 chance of winning a firefight.
Yeah.
Well then, what can I do?
Let me think.
Oh, we're actually okay.
Date, what is that on the kitchen table? Could it be your favorite thing?
What?
The magazine.
You want me to look at a magazine now?
Just look.
Can't be. This is the stuff of legends. Only the most diehard fans have ever laid eyes on it.
Idiot.
Whoa! Limited
You
edition!
He's freaking stupid. so stupid.
Dante, load Evolver with firebomb bullets. Shoot at the cloud.
Why?
Just do as I...
Here we go. Idiot, still holding the book. Sheesh. Knocked everyone out good. Don't shoot her.
She is probably just unconscious.
Blanky housewives in blank.
Her right shoulder and left leg suffered damage. But
Dust explosion, huh? Good thinking.
thank you.
But you could have just had me throw the bag of flour.
That would have been too slow. To improve your reaction time, I...
Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's have a look. Hey, this
It's
is
just a cooking magazine. Police headquarters.
Boss is still unconscious.
Wait, seriously? He's letting us do this even though we're technically under suspicion of murder?
However, her brainwaves are stable. Syncing with her shouldn't be an issue.
What? Okay. Doctor?
Date, talking to her, you do know that, don't...
Peter? Why are you so cooperative?
Because I know that the boss is my enemy. I got the video from Iba. I processed it and found that it showed no
I see.
sign of tampering or editing, which means there can be no mistake. The boss, after pulling out, that makes the odds of her being the culprit behind the other one. If she had accomplices, either way, that's why I am cooperating with you. I want it as bad as the truth.
How's boss?
She has broken her right shoulder, as well as the fibula of her left. But her brain is perfect. You can sync with her.
Where's number 89?
I had him put back behind bars.
In Fuchu prison.
That's right. I couldn't keep him here.
Besides, even if she was awake, I can't imagine she'd take kindly to an interrogation. He told me he still hasn't been found. I have a bad feeling about this. But there's a good chance that boss knows where she is. How would I get that information? Getting into her head would definitely be the quickest way. That's why I brought her here. Sync with boss.
Computer, are the preparations done?
Ready anytime.
Let's get started.
Okay.
Dante.
I know. 6-minute time limit. I'll be back before time's up.
Well then, let's begin.
This is prop hunt. What? Anyways, this is the storage
Time
warehouse.
to loosen up.
Do you always have to come in like that?
It is of the utmost importance.
At a time like this?
Times like this are perfect.
Okay.
Anyway, it appears to be an abandoned factory or something.
Actually, I was under the impression that we would, go into Date's dream again for the one more time. But, I'm guessing we aren't. Unless that's, like, one of the final... That's the final boss or something?
I think we go into Date's dream again.
What?
I don't think we go into Date's dream again. I might be wrong.
Because I'm like... That seemed important. Why was she showing us... Why was she showing us that? Yeah, but she... I guess it was the tutorial, yeah. But I don't know.
What could Boss be hiding here?
Somnium scan.
God.
Activate.
This is really weird. Could you get here by only doing these 2 routes?
No,
No?
I don't think so. I think you need information from the other routes.
It won't unlock it until you do the other ones, I guess.
I don't know for certain, but because the order you've played the game is the same way I played the game on my first playthrough.
Oh, okay. Sinking in the refrain. Open the door to Boss's truth. Boss is hiding something. Reveal the truth of the new Cyclops serial killings.
Door 1.
Oh, is this the one that has 25 steps?
Yes.
Okay. Door what? Door 1? Door 1.
A rusted metal.
Pick lock. Or break lock with pick.
Break lock with pick? Okay.
Break the lock with that.
Roger. It worked.
All right, open it.
She saw Shoko being killed. It's purple, which... Anyways. There's keys. Keys to a car?
Several keys have fallen.
One of them must be the right one.
I do not have time to try all of them.
Hopefully there's some kind of sign.
Indeed.
It says open the second door, okay.
Door A.
Huh?
Door A.
We don't need a key. Door 0. Oh. Door A.
A door that looks like the anywhere door.
Open.
Open. Okay, you open keys at certain times because it just everything takes so long in this one.
Okay.
Now we pick up one.
Now we what?
Pick up key 1.
Key 1, okay.
It's a key.
Pick up.
The ice pick is next to this key. It appears to be correct.
That's what I said.
The tag is labeled A.
I was right. Give me some
That must mean you can use this key for something labeled A.
Come on.
Why did we have to jiggle the door before doing that? To get a point?
Got rid of our because we had
okay.
times 10 tiny, and we had to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Now we are opening the door again.
A door that looks like the
Open?
Perhaps we can use the key.
Yeah, try that.
It opened. Odd. Isn't this the third floor? What is going on here?
Looks like the floors are connected in a weird way.
Quite the troublesome dream.
Alright, now it's door B. B as in boy.
How do I get there? Ah. Ah.
A door with
Open.
it does not appear to be locked.
Hmm.
This is the second floor, but it is clearly not the door I just opened.
It's like a maze. I have to remember
See
what door
next.
goes where.
Door C.
Open.
Open.
It doesn't appear to be locked.
Oh. Well, that's... okay. You'll fall like the others. Oh, okay. That's not ominous at all.
We're on the second floor again.
We leave the second floor and come right back to it? This is confusing.
Now E as in elephant.
Door E.
No, this is no. Can you exit out of this? That is door E prime.
Oh, E prime. What the heck? Why'd they do that?
Can you see on the map if there's regular E or if
This
it's
is
there-
regular E.
Door
There's
E.
R and there's letter prime doors.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even notice. Okay.
Alright. Push the steel drum. You should only have access to one. Yeah, there we go.
An oil drum hung with wire.
Poosh. Do I need to use a timey at all?
Use them whenever possible.
Okay. Okay.
Guess you should check that door.
Door 2.
A rusted metal door.
Jeez.
Yeah, so these are the ones you're gonna save your 1 seconds for.
Yeah. Of course all of these would be in her Somnium because she's on the case, but like kinda how they're specific is also strange. His watch!
So we can't just grab one. We have to be careful.
Opened the
That's the-
second door.
Is that the 8 o'clock key?
The 8 o'clock key?
We want to pick up the key that is for 8 o'clock.
There it is.
It's a key with a watch beside it. The hands
See how like this
indicate
one
8
is like
o'clock.
there's a lot of things to do and all of them are really specific.
Is it okay to have it take 50 seconds?
You are correct. We should open door E first.
Door E.
And then go back down.
No, and then that's just we'll still be on the same level.
Oh yeah, we will. I forgot about that. We came out at E prime.
It's a key with a watch beside the hands indicate.
I don't know if that symbol actually means prime. I'm just calling it prime.
I don't think I need to use timey on this. It's 5 seconds.
No, it's 5.
Is this the correct answer?
Saturday night at 8 matches Renju's estimated time of death.
Mm-hmm.
D is written on the tag. Let's go, Date.
Okay. So we go through door D.
Yes.
The D.
Open.
I will try the key.
Yeah, try it.
It opened.
Mm.
This door too.
Kick pipe.
Kick the pipe. Okay. Pipe.
A broken pipe.
Kick.
Oh, it's just as I calculated.
You were surprised, admit it.
Door 3.
A rusted metal door. Most of the ice is gone now. I think I can open this door.
Okay. Hmm. Another key.
This key has control panel.
Oh, just one
written on
key.
the tag.
Control panel? The one right there?
Point save. Okay. Times
Control
10. We just got a times 10.
Yes. Control panel. Investigate.
Okay.
Rows of monitors and
Oh, I see.
this. I believe this computer controls the. It appears to acquire
Now we insert
rows
key.
of monitors and buttons.
Use one of the timies.
1 second, 2 seconds.
We just gotta use those whenever we can. Everything is so down to the wire with this one.
There. Oh,
So?
I see. If we move the scaffold, a new route appears.
Okay, let's move it.
Rotate key.
Wait, what?
Control
Rows of
panel.
monitors
Rotate key.
What the heck?
It shrunk.
Control panel.
Rows of
Press
monitors
switch.
and buttons.
Rotate the key again.
Yes.
See. Rows of monitors and buttons.
It extended.
Now we can use the route to door B.
That just means I need to open the B door. Okay.
Now we're going to door D as in dog. D prime.
D prime?
Door D.
Timey?
Yes. And then save the 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have door C prime.
Where's that?
Check your map. Go across this closest bridge.
C prime. Wait.
Correct. That way is blocked with pipes.
This is... Oh, it is C prime, okay.
Door C.
Now we're going to B prime.
Door B.
Okay.
Now we're going to kick open door F.
Door F. This is the first time we've seen it.
One.
The first floor. This is the first time we've been here.
That big door. If we can see what's in there, we'll figure something out.
We're going to tackle the first floor ladder.
An iron line.
Oh, jeez. Okay,
Alright, so
well, we need the 1 second for this one.
Ready? Whoa!
Okay, that did it.
This somnium is awfully dangerous.
Hey, that door. Maybe we can open that one now. Check it out.
A rusted metal.
Sheesh. This is the last one,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I think... Alright, we lost a 1 second timey earlier because we weren't using all of our timies. And it got overwritten by a 1/3.
Oh.
Which is fine.
Well, yeah,
This
I'm
is
not
still the
trying to
last
get the whole
task.
thing.
I'm going to
This
open
is still the last task.
Yeah. So
But
it
yeah,
was
like,
her.
You need to put the thing in the right order, and you have basically no room for because everything takes so goddamn long.
Iba, return to the control room on the 3rd floor.
At once.
Hmm. Renju? The one who killed Renju? Was Iris? The one who killed Iris? Was So? The one who killed So was Boss. Why did they all go into... Somebody was the mastermind, though, bringing them to that other warehouse, to this warehouse with the sync machine. Because that's why they had their eye pulled out. Huh? Hitomi and Boss? She brought her to the...
Tate, what are you doing? 6 minutes are up.
Wait! Hitomi is...
Tate, you can't go any longer!
Hitomi's in danger, duh.
No!
You don't need to know anything else. We know where this is, don't... Wait. Yeah, we know where this is. Refrain echoes of murder. Why did she know who killed every... So why was she... What? What is she even getting from this?
I took a look around your head, and I discovered something. Something about the new Cyclops serial.
That was the last time you dig around in people's heads. Congratulations.
Woo! I guess.
Ota, there were 4 victims. Shoko Nadami, Renju Okiura, Iris Saga, and So Sejima. Who was responsible for these murders? Shoko was stabbed by Renju with an ice pick. Renju was strangled to death by Iris. So cut open Iris's body. But who shot So? It was you.
Were they all driven to murder because of something that they saw in the other person's somnium?
In other words, all of these murders were committed by different people. There wasn't just one killer. That's how it looks on the surface, anyway. But that's not the truth, is it? There's only one culprit, one person. And that person is...
You.
Yes, you. The person in front of me right now.
You're blaming the commander of Abyss for this?
Yep.
No, not Boss.
The
The person inside Boss's head.
Oh. Did 89 and Boss switch? Why? What?
Can
The
you
person
at least try to make sense?
inside Boss's head.
Alright, I'll explain. You know about the
Hi, Bob.
abandoned chemical plant in Kawasaki?
If you didn't say somebody else was
There's a
then
prototype
Boss.
sync machine there.
Oh, is Bob back? I don't have Twitch open.
Yes.
You use that device to swap
Remember
around
when
bodies
Bob
one
was
by
like, well,
one.
what if they just... What if the thing is when they are in Somnium for 6 minutes, they swap bodies?
Well, yeah.
And that was
So
when I
we knew
got
that was a
really mad at him.
theory. Yeah, because that's exactly what happened to
Yes,
Boss.
because that was the correct answer.
Oh,
I got mad at him
gosh.
because I thought he had looked up spoilers.
Well, yeah, I knew that was the correct answer, because you got so irrationally mad at him. Oh, jeez. You should have just let it lie. No, it's not multiple personality disorder.
No, it's not. It's very much not that. It is very much the same person. It is one person swapping through other people's bodies.
Yeah. Oh. That makes more sense.
In other words, the entire egg ends up being replaced. Mind, conscious.
I don't know where it started, but at some point, you got into Shoko's brain. Then, you got into Renju's. And got rid of Shoko's body. After Renju was Iris. You strangled Renju using Iris. After that, into So. Who you used to kill Iris and Ota at the cold storage warehouse.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Now, you're in Boss's body, inside her head.
I see. If you know that much, then I have nothing left to hide. Yes, I am the culprit behind the new Cyclops serial killings. I guess you can call me the new Cyclops killer.
But who is it? Suspect. Who are you?
Saito.
Saito Shijima. Okay, okay. Saito Shijima. That's what we were thinking. Okay. I really should have said it before I asked that question because I won't kid you. That's what I was thinking. Don't. Yeah.
Congressman Sajima's son.
What?
I researched Saito thoroughly, but I cannot find any images of him on the internet. He is listed on the family register.
You can't find any photos of him. The hand movement. Give me the details of each crime.
Before I do, there's something I want to hear from you. How did you know about the prototype sync? And not only that, you also seem to know what the sync machine is truly capable of. Why is that?
That's...
Regaining your memories, are you?
Oh?
Human memory is fractal. If you retain even a single piece of it, it's possible to recreate the whole thing. Pieces of memories are like roots that grow into every corner of the brain, gradually, slowly, taking its time.
The music.
I imagine the same thing is happening in your brain right now.
A fractal is a figure with self... Allow me to explain. See this? Whichever fragment you cut, you will see a similar shape. The whole is made up of its similar parts. This is called a fractal figure. Memories in the brain are similar. That is what he is explaining. He is claiming that from a few pieces, you can rebuild the memory.
Why are you assuming it's a he? Oh yeah, duh. I forgot for a second that he said it was Saito.
Saito. Exactly.
Short-term memory. I was so sucked into like the thing of Dante's memory that I was like, oh yeah, we're this is what's happening. Because, well, I mean, his name had only been brought up like twice ever. So I mean,
yes, was the point.
Is that right? No, that's not.
Most record of him has been scrubbed.
Parallel worlds exist.
No, you can't do parallel world. No. 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 Can't do that. Who was inside Iris during the interrogation?
That was me.
You imitate her well. From the way you talked and your body language, it was like the real Iris. Earlier, too, you almost had me fooled. Your imitation of Boss was perfect.
Yes, there's a reason for that. Let me define some terms first. A person's memory and sense of self. Let's call that personality. It isn't quite the right word, but it'll suffice. Now, transferring that personality into someone else's brain, let's call that parasitism. The one transferring is the parasite. The one being transferred into is the host. Are you with me so far? Moving on. Even after the personality exchange is complete, the host's memory isn't completely lost. About 1% remains in the brain. So, a parasite could use that 1% to imitate the language and behavior of the host. That's how I knew about the warehouse and Sunfish Pocket, by the way. Thanks to Renju and Iris's remaining memories.
Who's inside Iris during the interrogation on Sunday?
I'm telling you, it was me. Why are you making me repeat myself?
That means the Somnium I entered on Sunday.
That's right. It was me.
How does he know about the original Cyclops killer? And something else was troubling me.
What's going on here?
Fine. I still have time.
Time?
You'll see. So, where do you want me to start?
It's just past midnight on Tuesday. Shoko was killed on Friday. If we think of that as day 1, and today is day 5. What was Saito doing those days? I decided to ask him. Day 1, Friday.
Like you guessed, my personality was in Shoko, Renju's ex-wife. That made calling Renju easy. I need to talk to you about something. He came over without question. I think it was around 4 p.m. I had him meet me at the chemical plant. I made Renju go to sleep. Synced, switched personalities, and then stabbed Shoko's discarded body with an ice pick. I took Shoko to Bloom Park by car, using the old abandoned subway line. Must have been around 8 p.m. by the time I was finished. I tied up Shoko to one of the merry-go-round horses. After that, I used Renju's phone to send a Nile message to Mizuki. Then, I just waited for Mizuki to arrive.
Day 2.
Until next Saturday evening, my personality was inside Renju. My next target was Iris.
But why?
I knew she would be suspicious if I asked her to come to Kawasaki, so I asked her to come to Sunfish Pocket first.
Oh, well, I guess I get why, because she is... okay.
I called her a little before 5 p.m., and she arrived just after 6. I greeted her, then convinced her to come with me. That's when Ota saw us. Anyway, I put her in the car, then headed to the camp. On the way, I made her take a sleeping pill. I knew she might run once she saw where we were going. It was around 7 p.m. when I got there, and I wasted no time switching bodies. After getting Iris's body, I used a rolled-up apron to strangle Renju to death. Then I put his body in an empty oil drum I'd prepared earlier. I put that in the trunk of the car, then headed to Sunfish Pocket. But then, something I didn't anticipate happened. Waiting for the signal in Akiba, someone knocked on the window of the car. It was Ota. He asked me something about being able to drive. He was surprised, to say the least. I didn't have time to waste on him, but I couldn't risk him finding the oil drum in the trunk. Plus, if word got around that Renji's car was spotted driving around Akiba, that would foil my plans. So, I came up with a lie. I told him that I didn't have a license, so he had to keep it a secret. That's what that thing referred to in Ota's Nile messages, by the way. And just like that, I managed to escape a bad situation and headed to Sunfish Pocket as planned. The rest went exactly as you already figured out. Sunday morning, I had a recording or some such thing scheduled. Oh, I am of course referring to Iris. I didn't want to draw suspicion, so I decided to attend as planned. I went to Lemniscate and performed my job, and when I left, I ran into you, Dot. To be honest, I was a little surprised. Just the previous night, I was a parasite in the body of Renju. I didn't think Ota had seen me. So, of course, I didn't expect to see you there so soon. You were on to me, but there was nothing I could do about that.
In this timeline, yes. Everyone's dead.
If I ran, it would only increase your suspicion. So I decided to play my role. The interrogation began around 8:20 p.m., is that right? Then you synced into my mind. But you didn't get what you were looking for, did you? As a result, you had no choice but to release me. I didn't want to go home right away. I knew there might be police waiting for me. That would make it difficult to sneak out at night. So I asked you to take me to Marble. I tried to find an opportunity to run, but then another unexpected event occurred. I got a Nile message from Ota. I knew I could use him, so I told him I needed his help and to meet me at Marble. He did as I instructed him to do. After that, I got into the van with Ota.
So it wasn't his idea.
But because his presence was unnecessary, I asked him to stop at a convenience store to buy me something to drink. When he was gone, I took his car and drove to my parents' house where I used to live. Yes, the Sajima residence. Of course, I knew I couldn't just walk up and ring the doorbell. Hello, Father, it's been a long time. I was also in Iris's body at the time. But I thought I could use that.
So Father still would have been accurate.
Wait, what?
So saying, hello, Father, would have still been accurate.
Yeah.
So I pushed on the intercom and sure enough, my dad invited me inside. I told him this. I want you to come with me. There's something I need to show you. He was quiet for a while, but eventually agreed and got into the van with me.
Dang.
We arrived at the prototype sync machine around 11:50 p.m. By the time I was in the body of Sosajima, it was a new day.
Monday.
There isn't much to talk about on Monday. Before noon, I used my old man's body to call this one Boss. You might not know this, but she and my father go back about 6 years. The two shared a terrible secret. Hinting at that was enough to get the boss to come running to me immediately. I injected her with a sedative, then brought her body to the chemical plant. I synced with her, exchanged our bodies. And after blowing my father's brains out, I cut his body into pieces. I stuffed the meat into a vase I'd brought earlier, then drove back to my house.
Continue.
This was yesterday, early Monday morning, past midnight. In my new body, I drugged Iris, put her in the van, and drove to a new location. Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse. I arrived around 1, then prepared for the show for a couple hours. Of course, when I say show, I mean dismembering Iris. Because of the temperature in the warehouse, it took longer than I expected to prepare, but... well, you saw it in the video. Of course, I didn't anticipate Ota would show up. What does that make it? 3 times that brat has showed up unexpectedly? That annoyed me to no end, and I took that out on him. Dressing him up in the polar bear was an impromptu plan on my part. I didn't mean to make you think he was the killer. I just wanted to throw a wrench into the investigation. Didn't matter if you found out or not. This all happened Monday morning. I left the warehouse around 3:30 a.m.
Gross, yeah. Saito spoke with grace and no sign of remorse. I was trying to keep my anger from boiling over and kept asking him questions. Why didn't the sink victims resist after waking?
The prototype sync machine has a special feature. It administers a strong dose of sedatives to the original body, and a stimulant to the host after a sync. That kept them docile.
Why did you take out your victim's eyes? Because they had to.
You know all about the prototype sync machine, don't you? That should explain it.
I knew. The prototype sync machine differed from the one at Abyss in a few key ways. Why does he know this, though? That's what I want to know.
I don't know.
It has something to do with the memories that he lost, but... so he's remembering things from the things that he lost 6 years ago. But it's like, why was he there? Did he get swapped into a body, like, blah, blah, blah?
Well, we're gonna find out, bitch.
The machine at Abyss is more sophisticated. Nanocables from the sync gear enter through the gap between the eyeball and the socket. Then they travel down the optic nerve canal into the brain. He made it? No. But the prototype sync machine is so advanced. To perform a sync, you need to remove the left eye. Manually. The subject and the syncer have to remove their eye from the socket. Otherwise, the cables cannot enter the brain. Of course, even with the eye removed, severing the connection to the brain isn't necessary. The extracted eyeball still has the optic nerve and blood vessels connected. After a sync, the eye is supposed to be replaced back in the socket. It's supposed to be safe. Side effects are rare. Unless the nerve or blood vessels are damaged somehow, replacing the eyeball isn't too difficult. Why did you take out the victim's eyes? Why are we asking again?
I don't really care about eyes. I don't need them. All I cared about was exchanging bodies with the sink. And for that, I needed to remove the left eye.
Why didn't you just put the eyes back when you were done?
That's obvious. Once I was finished transferring into a new body, the old one was of no concern to me. Why would I bother replacing the eye? I was just going to get rid of it anyway.
Why did you display the bodies that way?
To harass you. I wanted to bring out the hatred in you.
In me?
That's why I called Mizuki to Bloom Park. That's why I streamed Iris's murder. Because they were important to you, weren't they? I wanted you to feel cornered, trapped. I wanted to punish you, Kaname Date.
Oh, okay. Where are the eyeballs that you removed? Well, one is in Renju's stomach.
Shoko's is in Renju. Renju's is in Iris.
Oh.
Iris's is in Dad. Dad's is in Boss.
He ate them while still inhabiting the body. Okay. Weirdo.
That was
Their
the clump of
stomachs.
organic matter found in their stomachs.
It only mentioned that for Renju, and then it said it was her eye.
Yes.
You sick bastard.
Yes, I ate them. Immediately after exchanging personalities.
How horrible.
What's your motive?
Homicide is my hobby. I have a tenacity for it. What can I say? Of course, it was also necessary to make sure people kept their mouths shut. If I took over someone's body, they would know about my crimes. I couldn't risk them reporting me, so I killed them. It was also a matter of revenge. It's personal. That's why I chose people close to you as targets.
Okay, so I was right with when I had been thinking it was more so that they all had a link to Date.
I would not have got that, I don't think.
Well, except for my father, of course. That was personal to me.
Yeah.
But don't ask. It's embarrassing.
But don't ask. It's embarrassing. We ask anyways. Revenge against me.
This series of murders was like a journey for me. You know, traveling through bodies to finally reach the end. That's the thing about travel.
Noelle.
You always wind up in the same place, don't you?
She's cleaning herself right on top of my foot.
Perfect. Perfect, Betty.
Where do you think that is? Your home. A trip is only complete once you return home.
And
Same
that's
goes for
us.
me.
No, Mizuki is fine.
Oh yeah, Mizuki's fine. Home is Date.
When I return home, my travels will come to an end. So I'll be needing it back. My body.
Date's. Ah, where did Date's original body go then?
What?
You stole my body. You took it from me 6 years ago. That's why I want revenge.
What are you talking about?
You have no idea what it was like inside my own head. I miss it. I miss my brain, Date. No matter how many people I killed, it never worked. I never felt happy. I feel miserable.
You mean?
Where in Saito's
He was
body?
born with a brain dysfunction.
Okay, he was born with yes.
Due to damage to the posterior pituitary gland, he was unable to properly secrete oxytocin.
Oh, he feels.
Oh, that's right.
he feels he feels regular happiness and he wants to feel murder happiness.
No, he can't feel regular happiness is the problem. He can't feel love.
Well, yeah, but he's in a different person's brain. Their brain isn't damaged.
Yes,
but he
that
wants to get the
solves the
happiness
problem.
from killing people. He
And
can't
why
get the
he wants-
happiness from killing people when he's in somebody else's brain.
My old body. How are you finding it, Dante?
This body's yours.
That's what I've been telling you!
But I don't have the same oxytocin deficiency you did.
That is because I regularly supplement it.
That's what they're talking about, the medicine the whole time. Without telling him.
They must have increased your dosage too much.
No, but the person who had this disorder was number 89, the original Cyclops killer.
That is what I believed as well, but we must have misunderstood. Pewter did not specify who exactly was imprisoned.
Yeah.
Only that one of the original culprits responsible was currently imprisoned.
And there were 2 people there.
That's strange. That would mean number 89 is the previous chairman, Rohan.
That must be it. Rohan is a parasite inside number 89's brain.
And so Kaname Date is 89's, or his body is number 89.
Pewter must have known that.
Maybe.
No way.
No, because Rohan killed himself. Quote unquote.
Rohan's body killed himself.
Rohan's body killed himself, so it can't be Date. No, wait, what?
Let
Then
us
where's his
determine
original
specifics
body?
Using Saito as our starting point.
Ew, wouldn't he feel like gross after knowing the whole time that his body is not his? I mean,
He's been in for 6 years.
Yeah.
It feels like it.
But like, I would suddenly feel like really gross, even though it's like my body. But like, knowing that it's not my body, ew.
Whose brain was he in before Boss?
So Sejima.
And before So?
Iris.
Before
And before that,
I
Renju.
you, and before
And
that
before that-
Shoko, and before that,
Shoko?
whose body were you in before Shoko?
I was a parasite inside Rohan's brain 6 years ago until last year. I'd lost most of my memories. I was a shell of a man. They housed me in a special hospital, but I still had those fragments of my mind left. Just as I explained earlier. From a single piece, you can recreate. I took my time, slowly regaining my memories. 1 year ago, I remembered everything. I left the hospital and immediately sought out Shoko Nadami. I got her body, and she was in Rohan's.
She killed her.
When she saw herself in the mirror, she lost her mind.
Wow.
She was confused, panicking, running up the emergency staircase, and then...
Dang.
That's why Rohan committed suicide.
After that, I spent a year perfecting my plan, using Shoko's body. I spied on you all this time. Wow. That's why I know everything about you.
Who were you before Rohan?
In there, in that body you are operating right now, in that skull, my personality lived there.
Wait, hold on.
What?
If what you're saying
Why'd
is
you swap
true,
with Rohan?
what about my personality?
Yeah, where was my personality?
It was in Rohan.
Where Rohan?
I'm not Rohan.
Correct. It is just as he explained earlier. Number 89 was in Rohan's body.
So we're...
In other words,
Eh?
That's...
No, so we are, quite literally are, and we just didn't remember.
Am I real?
Wait. I think I'm getting confused.
Sorry, but time's up. I want my body back. It's quite simple. Sync with me and stay inside my mind for more than 6 minutes.
And if I refuse?
I know that you won't. I know it.
Huh?
Date, look! This is streaming live!
He told me.
Damn you!
If you give me back my body, I will give you the location. Of course, it isn't the chemical plant in the Kawasaki district.
Iva, where's the source?
it is being routed through numerous. I cannot identify the source.
Computer, contact headquarters, now!
Got it!
Now, what will you do? Will you agree to my request?
Do I actually get a choice?
I don't remember.
Date,
See, I knew you wouldn't refuse. I know you well.
Dude! Four one zero 4105
4105.
4105.
I got it all back!
Hey, where's Hitomi?
Alright, I'll tell you as promised. Boss's house. However, it might be too late by now.
What?
No!
Why?
Return my body and I'll tell you the location. That's what I said. I didn't lie. I kept my promise.
You bastard!
You're the one who injured that body. It's your own fault, really.
Damn it!
Be seeing you.
Hey.
Bushy bear.
Yeah, you forgot that you had an AI inside your head.
Date,
Stupid.
are you alright?
Iva's voice barely resonated. My eyesight was hazy to a heap of broken images. Sweat was building on my palms. It felt like my throat was closing up and I was struggling for breath. In my ears, the rushing blood of my heartbeat was the only sound.
Everyone's dead.
Shoko, Renju, Iris, Ota, Hito, Boss. The flesh remains, the mind is lost.
I couldn't do anything. Saito had me right where he wanted me. Nothing.
Parallel worlds exist.
Okay, you can't do that. I mean, I understand why you're doing that, but don't stop. The words suddenly echoed in my head. I couldn't remember who or where or why. But I thought that if there was really such a world, then me in that world, I is another.
Could I have had
a better future? I prayed that I could. I felt my consciousness sink into a black abyss. Okay, so are we gonna use 410 in this ending? Okay, we're gonna do it in this one, in the final ending. We're gonna use it in that one. It's 4105, isn't it?
No.
There's an extra number in there. 410 something 5.
I remember it.
You remember it?
I'm not going to tell you it.
Wait, why not? Does it make me remember it?
Putting you make you remember.
Oh my gosh. It's 410 something 5. I know it is.
I said it to you like 5 minutes ago, or 2 or 3 minutes ago.
I didn't hear you properly. I remember you cut out sometimes.
It's time.
It's time. Oh wait, do I reopen it actually?
Try.
Oh, okay, doesn't matter.
It's the same either way. Not potato. Potato isn't a number.
Potato isn't a number. Eh? Why is he there now?
You're awake.
Oh.
Damn it!
I don't think you can release yourself.
Well, do something about it.
What is it you expect me to do?
Come out of my eye socket and get this off of me.
I cannot.
Why not?
My body has short-circuited. It must have been the electric currents from Earth.
Ow, my leg. 0415? No.
No.
Is it? No. It's not 0415.
It's a 5-number sequence.
Yeah, it's a 5-number sequence. So I have the first 3. It's just somehow I slightly started shifting to cover you and it's really weird. I think I need to reset it.
I'm hiding. I'm hiding from this scary video game.
Oh, I think the camera started to slowly move as well.
I'm hiding
It disappeared for a second.
Try.
There we go.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, like first in the past like 30 seconds.
Hmm?
You moved like substantially in the past 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I'm always behind, but like in the past 30 seconds specifically, you moved to covering like the rightmost third of me to like 2/5.
Yeah, and then it started like looking like this, and I was like, okay, that's weird.
And then you're just fully on top of me.
Yeah.
I'm hiding from scary video game.
I'm hiding you. I'm hiding you. You're hidden.
Video game is scary, Mom. Help me. Help.
Okay.
But fortunately, my communication functions
Did
are
you
still
hear that?
operational.
Hmm?
Did you hear the big boy?
No.
Put him on my lap and he went.
And then more silence. Mm-hmm. I think it's not picking up some of the things you're saying.
I pick up the big boy and I put him on my lap and he went.
And he went. And then it went silent again.
Yeah. He went.
I think it's too high of a frequency. Or too loud. Maybe that's why it's cutting out. Okay. Anyways.
I attempted to reach
I give up.
HQ and Abyss personnel for support.
And?
No response.
They ignored you?
There must be pressure from the higher-ups, likely a result of Congressman Tsujima's interference.
He thinks I'm investigating Monika's case.
That is not the only reason. So Sejima holds a personal grudge against you. He wants you dead. That is
Yeah.
likely why Peter is attempting to delete my data.
Are you okay?
For now. But if they breach my final layer of ice, they will destroy me. I would cease to exist.
Ah! Hello.
You're Saito Sejima.
Oh, so you figured it out.
Renju's body on the ground, without his left eye. You were inside Renju, weren't you? Until just now, you used the machine to exchange minds, then got rid of his body.
Close, but you're a little off. I didn't get rid of the body. He died of natural causes.
What?
But what interests me more is you. How do you know you can use the sync machine to exchange minds? The way you're talking makes me think you know why I took out his left eye.
But how? How do I know that? Why do I know that? Why do I know about Saito? Prototype machine, changing personalities.
The current. Did it unlock your memories? Then tell me, this body was originally
Mine.
That means your
Okay,
body...
so I was following it. That is kind of okay.
This is your body,
Wait.
isn't it, Saito?
So he was an assassin. What?
In a previous life, yes.
Before he lost all his memories, he was an assassin who was in love with Hitomi.
Yeah.
Dude.
And he still has feelings for Hitomi, which is why Saito's still using that against him.
Mm-hmm.
And why Aiba yelled into the tree that Date has a crush on Hitomi.
Yeah. The words came out easily. I don't know why. But in a moment of harsh realization, I knew. Number 89's body is mine, and my body is Saito's.
Well, if you know that much, then this should be easy. Give me back my body.
Then I'll go to jail. How do we even not go to jail after this? What? I guess because we atoned? And the police would want to hide it still?
Same way the original Cyclops serial killer didn't get put in jail. There's no pictures of Saito on the internet.
There's... You know what, I'll just... Where are Iris and Hitomi?
Don't worry, I haven't killed them. Yet.
Yet?
The brain you are currently occupying has an interesting quirk. It releases a flood of dopamine and endorphins when it kills. I thought I'd take that brain back before killing those two.
Oh, great.
In front of you, of course.
In front of you, of course.
Killed them yet. Such beautiful eyes. I was going to begin the sync, but I think I've changed my mind. I want to see you bad. But what will really set you off?
If you don't shut your mouth right now.
All right, talking it is. What should I say? Do you have any questions for me?
It's early Wednesday morning. Shoko was killed last Friday. That was day 1, which makes this day 6. For 5 days, what was Saito up to? I decided to ask him what he did every day until now. Day 1. Saito explained what he did on Friday. At 4 a.m., Saito began his plan against Shoko. He killed Renju to his abandoned... I can't even read. He called Renju to this abandoned factory and switched bodies with him. After taking Renju's body, Saito killed Shoko, then brought the body to Bloom Park. But, as he explained it to me, I somehow felt that I already knew. I didn't understand why. I felt like I was being etched into my brain. Okay, no. You can't do this. You didn't have to bring this up. You didn't have to bring up the fact that the player already knows.
I don't know why they brought it up.
Because they make games about multiple universes.
Only do this one the next game, and it's only for a secret ending.
Okay. Day 2.
I was still in Renju's body. My next target was Iris. If I asked her to come to the abandoned factory, I knew she would be skeptical, so I called her to Sunfish Pocket. I even video called her, but for some reason, she said no. This was around 5 p.m. I was still Renju, the president of Lemniscape. I didn't think I would have any trouble getting her to trust me, but...
Date, do you remember? Saturday evening after syncing with Mizuki, inside the Somnium, you thought you saw Iris's body. The time was 4:52 p.m.
Wow.
Right before Renju called Iris.
That's lucky.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Lock the door and stay at home.
Iris didn't accept Saito's proposition because of your warning. If you did not warn her,
She would have been taken here.
I decided to pick her up in Renju's car. I thought that if she saw me in person, she would trust me. However...
You got in an accident around 6:10 p.m. and lost consciousness.
So unlucky. My plans were ruined. But my ultimate goal is still achievable. So it's all good.
Day 3.
After the accident, my body was taken to Central Hospital. I regained consciousness just past 12 a.m. Sunday. The surgery was a success, but Renju's organs were in a horrible state. But I had somewhere to be. I left the hospital, rented a car, and headed to Iris's house.
I know what happened after that. You got to the Sagan household at 2 a.m. You pushed the intercom button.
He was sweating buckets and he came up to me with this begging look in his eyes. He said, "Come with me."
You got Iris to come with you, but when you tried to bring her here...
I got scared. I pulled my hand away and ran.
Oh, you know that too? But you're exactly right. I was planning to put her to sleep in the car, but I didn't have my drugs on me. The sleeping pills were inside Renju's crushed car. I was pushing my luck. My plan and my body were both in shambles. I'm sure the painkillers were affecting me as well. My mind was scrambled, and I couldn't think straight. I couldn't chase after her. I needed to sleep. I managed to make it back here and collapsed on the ground. Next thing I knew was the next day. I woke up around noon on Monday. Renju's body was about to expire.
Oh, shoot. Monday.
By Monday, Renju's body was almost completely dead. And of course, my consciousness as well. That's when I got a call from a Mr. Amanoma. The man you call Pewter.
I knew the story after that.
The boss told me that number 89 was coming. Then, Renju asked, "Is there any way we can let number 89 escape?"
So, Peter came up with a plan to help 89 escape. Rohan as number 89 got into the car with Saito as Renju and fled from the police. Okay. Why was Shoko's rental phone inside the horse?
Oh, right. I put that there. When I was fixing Shoko's body on the horse, her phone fell out of her clothes. I forgot that I had given her one. I didn't want to take it with me, and I didn't want to toss it away. So, I decided to push it into the mouth of the horse.
The merry-go-round horse's mouth was hollow, which allowed the phone.
Mm-hmm. Why did you want number 89 to escape?
When I heard that number 89 was coming to Abyss HQ, I came up with a plan. Iris trusts this number 89, this. I thought I could use it to get to her. And there was another reason. I planned on eventually switching bodies with you.
Now I'm wondering what Kaname's... why am I calling him by his first name? What Date's real name was.
I think it was that. I'm not sure.
Date.
I think it was Kaname Date.
Why didn't... Oh, I guess by that point he didn't remember his name. He just called himself Fako. So...
You and I would get our original bodies back. And after I do that, I will kill Iris and Hitomi. In front of you. Well, a rather nice plan if I do say so myself. That's why I asked Pewter to help number 89 escape.
And the shock of him killing them two in the body that he had been inhabiting this whole time, basically his body, would... Ooh.
I wanted this body at all costs.
What happened after you escaped in 89's car? With number 89 in the car.
I brought Rohan, who was inside number 89's body, to the abandoned factory. Rohan was my partner in the Cyclops serial killings 6 years ago. So naturally, we had a lot to talk about.
I'm just now remembering the kissing thing. Okay.
Thing.
Saito kissing somebody who had his father's head in the Somnium.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't remember that? Oh my gosh.
But I didn't have much time left. Not to sound like a broken record, but Renju's body was almost done. It was completely useless at this point. So, I put Rohan to sleep and began the sync.
They thought that Iris knew so because of the kissing thing. But
don't know.
It was in Iris's mind.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
As a result,
you'll have to find that clip later from the VODs and show me.
Yeah.
This happened.
Renju.
It's just like I told you. He died of natural causes.
About the shooting on Monday.
Just mercenaries I hired. After I woke up Monday, I arranged the hit. They were expensive, but I had access to Renju's bank account. I paid them with his money. Of course, my intention was only to kidnap Iris, but after I got this body,
I've gotten the
I
weird
didn't
mouth
really need
glitch
them
once.
anymore.
Is it messed it out since I played it?
Sorry?
There's this weird mouth glitch that would sometimes happen with the talking models. back when the game first came out, but I guess they've patched it out since then, and I'm a bit disappointed that you didn't get it because it's
But
funny
they had
as
already
shit.
been paid good money, so I decided to leave the arrangements as they were. And then I told him about Iris and hiring the assassins. I told him he could use them for whatever he needed. And he acted on his own without consulting me.
Okay, 5.
I called Iris about 24 hours ago. Tuesday at 1:40 a.m. I started a video chat with Iris. Long time no see. I'm sorry to call you out of the blue like this, but I need to see you. Iris got so excited that she dropped her guard. I told her where to meet, and she agreed right away. It was all according to plan. I knew that if I looked like him, she would do anything.
I've been looking for him for 6 years.
I see. That is
Oh, here's
why
one of them
Iris
I
left
found.
Matsushita dying.
I found one of them. I'll send you links to them later.
So the person she trusts most
Is you, Date.
Number 89's current body was originally yours.
After Iris got into the car, I put her to sleep. I restrained her and called Hitomi.
I have your daughter. Don't call the police or she dies.
I used Iris to reel in Hitomi. And you. Thanks for being so cooperative. But you did drag your feet. I was getting tired of waiting.
About Monica's murder?
I was only 12, but I remember it vividly. On that day, 18 years ago, I heard my dad on the phone. I'm going to see Monica. I followed him. I got into a taxi and followed my dad's car. He went to the Harbor Warehouse District.
Why did you kill Monica?
I've only ever been happy when I was killing something. Before Monica, I would kill cats and pigeons. It was the only way I could feel happiness. But like a drug, I eventually grew a tolerance to it. Next, I'll kill a human. That's when I found out about Monica. That woman took my dad from me. And she stole all the happiness from my house. So I chose her as a target.
Really? I find that hard to believe.
I was born with a brain disorder. I can't secrete oxytocin from my pituitary gland. And I didn't have a mother. Not a real one, I mean. My mom died giving birth to me. So, naturally, my emotions toward my dad were complicated. Sometimes I think, if I didn't kill Monica, would things be different? Maybe the murders 6 years ago never would have happened. Me, you, Rohan. Maybe none of us would have gotten mixed up in this. And maybe Shoko Nadami never would have gotten killed. Isn't destiny a curious thing? One mistake can change so many lives. Sorry, I don't have anything else to say to you. And even I'm growing tired of seeing that twisted, angry face of yours. So, shall we get started? Give me my body back.
How are we gonna get out of this one?
What a strange fake eye.
Oh, he doesn't know. That's the one thing that he doesn't know. Okay, I see how this might come in here. Ah!
All right, it's ready.
Let's maybe put a blocker on that for you too. Feeling that YouTube gods will be maybe a little pissy about that scene.
I still haven't looked. Oh no, I did look it up, but I don't know. I still haven't looked at other people's stuff to garner whether or not I should just mark it as 18 plus or censor it.
This is the sink room.
Wait, why is he the sinker? Oh, never mind. Wait, what the heck?
That was... Damn it, why can't I wake up? This doesn't look like footage from a surveillance camera.
Oh, it's flipped? What is happening? What?
You're the one being sunk into.
Yeah. But he's still remembering his dream, which is weird. Sinking in the chain. Search. Kaname Date. Date Kaname. Abyss Special Agent. Verify. Identity. Verify identity.
What?
Oh no, so we are just watching it, okay.
No. You are not just watching it.
No?
I still have the guy pulled up.
Being synced?
Oh, he is being synced. That's why I'm like, why does he know his dream right now, if he's being synced? This is weird. I guess it's a unique thing with this... Oh. You gotta be kidding me.
Monitor. Oh, you good?
I think I was called for dinner, so I'll be back. Okay. We're back. Let me reshare it.
Yes.
Also...
Wait.
Hmm?
Wait.
It's okay.
Wait.
I thought you were okay. Since I had time to go down there and sit and think for a second while I was eating, they did it again. Spike Chunsoft strikes again by making their main character a murderer.
Yes. But also technically not.
Still, he was a culprit. Anyways.
He was an assassin, and he is currently in the body of a murderer.
Yeah, really.
I forgot about the assassin bit, though.
So, yeah. They did it again. I gotta turn my phone right side up.
I don't do that in the sequel, I promise.
Good. Okay, so, what are we doing? We have, concealed lock was opened. Right.
Monitor.
Monitor. You were saying that to me before.
Sink?
Check.
They all take 0. Oh.
That is a temporary.
Without Aiba, I can't figure anything out.
Wait, what?
Knife.
What is this?
What's happening? Is it showing us... Oh, it's showing us him and Rohan. What is happening?
Move door.
Move? The sink room door, but move it. Or exit.
You are Earth door.
Go to the sink room.
Move. Yeah. The time mattered.
Machine.
The sink machine.
It's a sink machine.
Investigate. He took out his... Oh, wait, what? Oh, never mind. Wait, what? Eh?
What was he doing?
Sink gear. Or not. Nope.
Fix.
Yes?
Yes, and fix.
Oh, it was such a short word that I couldn't get it. Ah. Why did he get cut? Hmm? 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 Hmm?
Door. This wasn't here before. This is...
Okay. It's the old sink room.
Help me! Help me!
Blood.
blood.
And
Stick a hand in. Okay.
Damn.
It,
This...
it's his eye.
It's them.
Ugh!
mirror.
You're...
Hit. It'll take 0 seconds. So. Dang.
You're... It's just a mirror.
What do you mean it's just a mirror?
I touched it. Nothing happened.
Cool.
You're... I can't. I just can't do it. Damn it. That's it. Just a little more. I'm sinking.
You serious?
I can't stop it.
What if I wait until it gives me another option?
What do I do? What is this?
It's your dream. You can control it, can't you?
It is notoriously difficult to
Control your own
control
dream.
your
I
dream.
know, but it can try.
It's notoriously difficult to lucid dream.
Yeah, but this is basically induced lucid dreaming.
That was...
What? Date A acquired? No! Wednesday. No! Chain sync.
I did it! I did it! Oh, this feeling! I'm back. I got it all back! This fake eye is awful. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. I think I'll keep it.
Iba, careful.
This prototype machine has a special function. The body I am transferring my consciousness into will receive a stimulant. You will be feeling it soon. Oh, but don't worry. Like I told you earlier, my plan is to kill Iris and Hitomi in front of you, so I can't be killing you right away. You will watch them die, and then you will follow in their footsteps. You should be honored.
My body wouldn't move. My vision is getting hazy. My consciousness was melting away, clarity fading. I don't know what happened. I could only watch as it unfolded in front of me. The scene that played before my eyes left me dumbfounded. It was a fragment of my memory, lost all those years ago. A piece of my past, buried deep in my subconscious.
Ratty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Had it, poke it, fill it with fruit. Put it in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I win! Yay! Now you have to take the penalty. Up, side to side, up, down, pitch.
Iris, remember when you asked me what your stage name should be? How about ASAT?
That's right. I thought of that name. This is what I taught Iris about her name. Greek and Egyptian mythology, too.
Ace. It's pretty. I love it.
You see that flower over there? It's a very special flower that blooms in the cold. A winter iris. Just like the iris from Greek mythology.
She's the messenger goddess. And the goddess of rainbows, too.
That's right. That's why the iris means good news and hope.
Oh, his voice acting. No, you can't do this to me.
Good news. Hey, Uncle. You met Mommy at this shrine, right? When am I gonna hear good news from you two?
What?
When will Uncle be my dad?
Oh.
The Okonomiyaki War.
Iris drew it. She must have really enjoyed herself. She even said that she wanted to do it again soon.
Yeah, we should. We'll do it whenever she likes. Maybe even every day.
Oh, you. Every day?
But tell me, do you want to live together? The three of us?
Are you sure?
What do you mean?
People are going to talk.
I don't care about that one bit.
Well then, hypothetically... What if Iris and I were being hunted down by a secret organization?
Well, I'd defend you, of course.
What if they're zombies?
Zombies?
Remember when we went to that haunted house and you were clinging to my arm?
Because it was dark and it came out of nowhere. But fine.
Give me a moment. Okay.
I don't care if it's zombies or aliens or whatever else. I will defend you and Iris with my life.
Thank you. Well then, my answer is yes.
So, you want to go clean? Fine. Do as you please. You've done a lot for us. But there is one last thing. One final job I want you to do for me. It's nothing major. This woman and her daughter. I need you to dispose of them. Should be simple, no?
This is...
Now I understand. I understand why Rohan Kumakura wanted these two dead. So Sujima asked Rohan to take Monika's corpse deep in the mountains where no one would find it. Rohan found out that Hitomi knew about it. He also found out that Monika had given birth to a child. If the media got all of it, Congressman Sujima would be ruined. And that information would no doubt lead to discovering Monika's murder. So and Saito would be arrested immediately. And that investigation would lead straight to Rohan. But Rohan never told so about Hitomi and Iris. I don't know why. I don't know why not. Maybe he decided it wasn't important enough to mention. He played it close to the chest, need to know basis only. That way there'd be no loose ends. That's why Rohan hired an assassin, Falco. Meaning me, to kill Hitomi and Iris.
You got it? I want you on this right away. If you could do it in 2, maybe 3 days, that would be great. Good luck.
Of course I couldn't go through with it. But if I didn't kill them, somebody else would. I was sure of it. I needed a plan. How could I get out of the organization and keep them safe? But I couldn't think of anything. I didn't know what to do. I needed advice. From an old friend.
I see. I hear some pretty crazy confessions in my line of work, but this one takes the cake. But don't worry, all right? You could have told me you were being attacked by Martians and I still would have believed you.
The truth is, Boss and I were both in the same rookie class of police recruits in our 20s. We've been close ever since.
So, can you help me?
I do have one idea.
Huh?
Have you heard of the new investigation department, Abyss? I was put in command there.
Boss explained Abyss in syncing to me.
The sync machine is normally used to look inside someone's head, but it does have another function. You can technically use it to swap bodies.
Swap bodies?
Right. So if we use that...
What do you mean?
I mean, switch bodies with Rohan. The new you will be Rohan, chairman of the Kumakuras. Then you can send out an order. No one lays a finger on Hitomi and Iris.
What about Rohan? Won't he be in my body?
Just get rid of it, I guess.
Get rid of it?
You can take this opportunity to get rid of Falco once and for all. No one will know what really happened.
But then he'd give up his life with...
No one will ever find out that a police officer was moonlighting as an assassin. It's 2 birds with 1 stone, right?
She made a good point. And I had no reservations about giving up my body. My body had soaked in so much blood over the years. I was almost glad to be rid of it. But I did have a single regret. With my body switched, I couldn't show myself to Hitomi or Iris. I would never be able to see them again. But I didn't care. As long as they were safe.
All right. Leave everything to me. Hayato Yagyu.
Hayato Yagyu. That was my real name.
Boss, how did you bring in Rohan Kumakura?
I made up some charges and had the cops take him in.
Is that okay?
Yeah, it'll be fine, because he's about to switch bodies.
Alright, Rohan has been put to sleep. He will not be waking up for a while.
Remember, to get your consciousness to fully transfer.
Yeah, I know. I understand. Stay in Somnium for more than 6 minutes. Right.
We're counting on you.
Let us begin. 3, 2,
Is Rohan
1.
too large to be affected by the drugs as much?
They probably pumped him with a lot more than usual. Oh, it was the first one.
Stop!
I guess it had gotten mixed up in his head.
Please. Help me. Help me.
Sheesh.
You're...
It's me.
Rohan?
Did you forget your own idea?
Does that mean...
I'm Hayato Yagyu. The switch worked.
Wow.
And there's been a breakthrough in the case.
I know. You don't have to say it.
regarding the Cyclops serial killings, right?
How did you know?
We can monitor what happens in the Somnium from this room.
Boss Computer explained. There wasn't just one Cyclops serial killer, there were two. One was Rohan, and the other was Saito Sejima. The sync revealed everything.
We should ask him about it.
Good idea. When Rohan wakes up, we'll interrogate him. Huh? What? Pewter, where is he?
How would I know?
This is...
Oh, and he already got arrested for his assassins' charges.
Hey, which way did Rohan go?
Huh? Rohan's standing right there.
No, this isn't...
Yagyu! Where is Yagyu? Where did he go?
Oh, him. He just left.
What?
Why didn't you stop him?
What do you mean? He's a detective. He said he wanted to leave, so I opened the door. Did I do something wrong?
No,
Jeez.
don't tell me.
I shot out of the room like a bullet. I had a bad feeling. An awful, terrible feeling down to the bones. I knew where he was headed. I ran out of the parking lot, got in the car, and floored it. No.
Oh, hello. What are you doing here at this hour?
Such beautiful eyes.
Oh, stop. You're always flattering me. Anyway, come on in. I'll make us some tea.
You bastard!
Wow. Okay, now it makes sense.
No! Stop!
No.
Stop right there!
Oh. He told me he had to endure a long, complicated surgery, but she survived. But it came at a price. She was left with a permanent injury. She lost all use of her right hand, thanks to the bullet I fired from my own gun. I said nothing. I got up and left the hospital room, and I left all my memories with her. That night, I visited the Kumakura building and called them all together.
Everyone, listen up.
And that's when he told his little brother to take over.
Hitomi Sagan and her daughter Iris are untouchable from this day forward. If any of you lay a single finger on them, you don't want to know what'll happen to you. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
I went to So's mansion, by boss's request.
Meet with Saito. Figure out the truth behind the Cyclops murders. As long as you're like that, I think he'll be more open with you.
So, I went to the Shijima residence. When I got there, I said, I want to meet Saito, into the intercom. After a while, the gate opened and Saito himself welcomed me.
What is it you want to talk about?
About Saito and Rohan.
How long has it been since we last met?
That's an odd question.
Humor me.
The first time we met was when I killed Monica, and my father asked you to deal with the body. But we didn't so much as see each other for 12 years after that. Why are you asking me this?
What was the next time we met?
About half a year ago.
And what did I tell you then?
You don't remember?
Remind me.
I remember you showed up rather suddenly. You really want to kill people? I'll find you targets. Just let me keep the eyes. Then we both get what we want. We'll make good partners.
Why did the victim have their right eyes taken out?
That was your idea. I don't understand why you're asking me.
My idea, what?
Yes, you told me that you suffer from hemispatial neglect, that you can't recognize the right half of your vision. You always eat the left half of your meal. The same is true of the faces of... You can't recognize faces out of your right eye, which means you can only see the right half of their faces. And that's why you pull their right eye. That's what you told me anyway.
About the next target.
Do you have someone in mind?
Let me think. What'll it be? The fifth murder? The fifth Cyclops killer victim?
Hold on. Could you not refer to us like that?
Why not?
I told you, it's very old-fashioned.
But that's our name.
The name you decided. You even sent that letter without my permission. You said it would throw off their investigation. I don't know how effective it was.
So there's no relation to Greek mythology?
What? You're the one who came up with it.
Bring him to Abyss.
Hey, Saito. Would you come with me for a bit?
Where are we going?
There's a place I want to take you.
Really? Is it perhaps the police station?
How do you know? Suddenly bodyguards rushed out from inside the mansion. They surrounded me before I could react.
What are you doing?
You aren't the real Rohan Kumakura. I could tell as soon as you opened your mouth. Let's get a change of scenery. Fortunately for you, I am interested in hearing you talk.
Yeah, why didn't they just kill him?
Mr. Kumakura showed me this place. So it's fitting that this is where you die. What a wonderful feeling. The truth serum is working beautifully. Wow. I see. I see. You got into that body with the sync machine. Fascinating. I'm intrigued. I want to see it for myself. The prototype sync machine. Where is it? Chiba? You there. Why don't you go and fetch it for me? Don't worry. I'll pay whatever it costs.
A few days later,
Well, it looks like preparations are complete. Let's say you and I get started. All right, let's go.
What happened? Oh, I see.
What are you doing? Follow him!
My memories after that were lost in a violent haze. I was forcefully disconnected during the sync. Saito's mind overwhelmed me. Only my consciousness was sent over. My memories were left behind in my original brain. I thought I might have some of Saito's memories to cling to. But I never picked them up. Sorry, never picked them up. Maybe because they weren't mine to hold. I felt like reality itself was disappearing. I was confused and lost, like suffering from a permanent hallucination. I could barely feel my feet beneath me, walking under the city lights. When I regained my faculties, I found that I was in Golden Yokocho. My wandering, with no destination in mind, was interpreted by a woman. Interrupted, oh my gosh.
You're Saito Sejima?
Who?
I guess not. Sorry, I just had a feeling. I heard that the prototype machine was stolen, so we lost communication for a whole week.
That's why he said killed by your own father. I see.
Who are you?
Just as I thought. You've lost your memory. All right. From now on, think of me as your boss.
Boss?
That's right. That's what you'll call me. Come with me, to where you belong. I managed to make a new family register for you. From today on, you have a new name and a new life. As a member of Abyss, the team I run.
You want me to be a police officer?
You were a policeman before, remember? You've already passed the exams. There shouldn't be a problem.
But the new me didn't pass.
That's fine, trust me. It won't be a problem. That congressman knows how to pull strings.
Who?
No one, never mind.
So what's my new name?
Kaname Date. I hope you like it.
Kaname Date.
Yep. Nice to meet you, Date.
Very interesting. 1 year later, I was called into the control room. Peter said he had something to show me.
The official title is AI Ball. You may call her Aiba. The artificial intelligence contained within this sphere is nothing short of miraculous. Special Agent Date, from today forward, this is your partner. She will be your personal computer and your personal companion.
Person's analyst.
How are you feeling? Your head clearing up? I've been waiting. I really want you to enjoy this show. I need you to see it clearly.
How's Rain getting inside? Oh. Saito. Counterattack! What happened after we exchanged minds? About Rohan after the personality change? What was Falco's real name? Counterattack! Saito's off guard. I might be able to make a move. I tried to sweep Saito's feet, but then...
You have a choice. Iris and Hitomi. Die before these two or after. I would of course prefer that you choose the latter. It would be quite a lonely affair with no one watching. So, what do you want to do? I'll give you to the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah!
No,
Mama!
wait!
Yeah! MoMA! Get him!
I forgot he did this.
Yeah! We love you, MoMA!
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you really Dante?
Yeah.
Oh, boss laid it down for you.
Someone called Aiba told me about it.
Good job, Aiba. Uh-oh, Aiba's still in his eye. Ooh.
Yes, she is.
And if she self-destructs in his head, how are we gonna get that body back? Are we gonna get that body back? That is a good question.
It was weird. It was kind of like eavesdropping.
Aiba.
Where is she? I don't see her anywhere.
Inside his left eye socket. What's wrong?
Sorry, but bastard got me. Take this. Do it! Tessa and her mom are in danger, right? Please, save them.
Tessa and her mom.
Yeah!
I fucking love that.
I gave a firm nod and gripped the gun, following after Saito. Yeah! MoMA! Where'd he go?
Oh.
Jeez. Oh no.
Iris!
Date, do you like fireworks?
Uh-oh. Oh, he was... Ah, that makes more sense.
I love them. A brilliant, glimmering fragment of time. The flash begins as a perfectly ordered chemical reaction that melts into chaos. Human lives are the same, are they not?
Damn it! I can't get into my sights. And I can't get any help from Aiba.
Blooming, scattering in the moment. And it's only a single moment, isn't it? A unique moment that you can never revisit. That's what makes life beautiful.
Should I just risk it? But if I miss, I'll hit Iris.
But I've spoken enough. It's showtime. I will show you the most beautiful fireworks you've ever seen. The scattering of the cerebral plasma, the splattering blood. It's art. Perfect, beautiful art of a lonely moment in time. Don't blink. I want this to burn into your retinas. Well, the one you have left.
Damn it! What do I do? What do I do?
Boom, 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 boom. Yeah! Get him!
Mizuki!
You bastard! What do you think you're doing to Iris?
All that pent-up aggression on Dante.
I'm here to help.
No! How's it not been 4 hours?
No, I can't find
It's
him
been
anywhere.
5.5 hours.
And her data hasn't been erased?
Oh, I meant in real life.
Oh.
Hell is he?
Yeah, you've got about an hour of content left, I think.
Hmm.
Oh, it's either an hour and a half.
Some girl named Iba told me to come. I heard everything.
About the mind swapping too. I heard it too. From Saito. Uncle, it's really you, right?
Kind of weird, but yes. Came to help.
Yeah, of course. If I didn't come, who would?
Oh, but don't flatter yourself, Doc. We didn't come here for you. We're here to save Iris and Hitomi.
Right.
Got it.
Right, got it. How's her foot?
I'm fine. This is nothing. Stop worrying about me and go get that guy.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Go.
A column. This looks like some sort of machine. Stairs.
I heard footsteps earlier. Like someone going
To the top.
Saito took... Okay. Can't see Saito. Oh, never mind. We were looking for him. I was like, what are we doing? Why are we not running?
Hitomi?
Hitomi!
I sprinted as fast as I could, rushing up the stairs, step after step, until they blurred together. When I reached the top floor, a sight I will never forget greeted my eyes. My eye.
Bams. No bams.
Mom!
How do we get back up there?
It seems I have an even bigger audience now. That's fine. Having more spectators will be a treat for us all. You all want to see, don't you? The fireworks?
Okay, are we missing somebody?
See the fireworks?
No, I'm thinking of how we're gonna get out of this. Like, are we missing somebody that we haven't thought of yet that's gonna come bashing in as
You've
well?
mentioned it before. You've mentioned how we get out of this.
I have?
Yes. Keep going.
Yes, explosion.
I want to see the fireworks.
I want to see the fireworks. Your fireworks.
Am I wrong? So you don't want to see the fireworks? Fine.
I do.
Let's do this then. Date, drop your weapon. I promise I'll put the fireworks on hold. I'll
On hold?
ease this woman.
He's lying, Date!
Don't do it!
Throw down your gun, Date.
Yeah, I'll throw down my gun. I have a bomb.
I see. You don't intend to take me up on my generous proposal?
Date!
You want to shoot me, is that it? Then do it. But you only get one shot. You have to kill me with one bullet. If you don't, the fireworks show will begin and I will blow this woman's brains into the sky. What will it be, Date? What will you do?
No, don't pull the trigger.
Well done.
Cooler heads prevail.
However,
You got the good ending.
you aren't out of the woods yet. You have to throw your gun down, remember? You have 1 minute. If that weapon is still in your hands, I'll start the fireworks. And one more thing. If any of you move, I'll skip down to 0. Let's begin. Ready? 59.
Date, look! It's that girl I told you about.
Aiba.
Date, I do not have much time. Listen carefully.
If any of you move, okay, but whatever.
As I mentioned previously, I cannot escape this body. The surge of electricity shorted out my circuits. I cannot administer a paralyzing electric shock, however.
There is another option.
Another option.
Huh?
Self-destruct.
Let us
Self-destruct.
determine a code number. Command
41205.
41205.
41205. Okay, that's what I was missing.
If you issue this command, I will detonate.
No, that's still too dangerous. The number will be if I give you the second command within 1 minute of the first.
What is the second command?
How about if I tell a lie?
A lie?
Something that's not the truth. If I say something untrue, I want you to regard it as the second.
He's gonna say something stupid as the lie.
Is your data stored in the cloud?
Either that or really heartwarming.
I'm not gonna miss you.
Unfortunately, that data has all been deleted.
No! But what if your data was uploaded to somebody's phone?
I'm speaking to you using only local data.
Then, if your body is destroyed,
Correct. I will be destroyed as well.
10.
Say it, Date.
6.
Say it. Date, say the command.
2.
Date, you have to do it.
That should have discharged again while hitting the ground.
You are even more of an idiot than I thought. Do I look like the kind of man who keeps his promises? Now you get to see 5 fireworks. If you didn't drop your gun, it would have only been 1. You understand? After I dispose of this woman, I will pop their heads as well.
No, I'll pop your head.
I can't believe you did that. Fortunately for you, you won't have long to regret it. Yes. Yes. The burning in your eye. I see it now. Watch. Eyes open. Watch this woman die. See her brain burn like fireworks.
Aiba, can you hear me?
Yes,
We don't have a choice.
I know.
Command 41205.
Okay, Date.
I...
I refuse to believe it.
I hate you, Aiba. I hate you. And I never want to see you again.
Second command confirmed. I understand.
Be seeing you.
Yeah. What did you show these children? You should have told them to look away. Oh my gosh, you stupid. Oh.
I mean, to be fair, they did overhear the conversation about I'm going to explode myself. Oh no, they didn't know she was an eyeball.
Mm-hmm. They just heard self-destruct. They didn't know what that meant. So he stays in this body.
Mostly everyone is safe.
Has Aiba always been in your left eye?
Yep.
Why didn't you tell me?
I thought you'd be jealous.
so much, Uncle.
Call me Date.
Don't thank me.
Okay.
Thank my partner.
Yeah, really.
Mr. Falco. It is you, Falco. Right?
You shouldn't call me that. I am Kaname Date, MPD, Special Investigation Team Abyss. Sinker.
Oh, okay. I didn't expect him to say it that way, but whatever.
I didn't either. Credits.
No!
Credits.
No!
Credits. Come on, hurry up.
3 months later.
This was the credits play.
What do you mean, come on, hurry up?
I thought the credits were about to play, so that's why I was saying, come on, hurry up.
Oh.
Put the credits on screen. Come on, game.
3 months later.
Uncle, your left eye.
Oh, this? It's just a prosthetic. It doesn't bother me.
Oh, good.
How are you?
As you can see, I'm great. Hop, hop. Kangaroo goes hop.
I'm glad the surgery went well.
Yeah. The nanomachines went pew pew and bzz bzz and got rid of all the tumors. At least, that's what I think they sound like. I don't know, they're small. Anyway, everything is fine now. The doctor even said I can dance again.
That's the most important thing.
All thanks to the boss. She paid for the treatment. Can you believe it?
That's not exactly true. Boss didn't pay out of her pocket. It was a confidential transfer of funds from the main office. Iris knows everything about the original and the new Cyclops serial killings now. Not just her. Hitomi, Mizuki, Ota, Moma, they all know. The higher-ups are willing to do anything to keep it from getting out. So in return for her silence, they agreed to pay for Iris's treatment.
Maybe I owe it to the shrine. I feel like I ate the fruit of immortality. In a dream somewhere.
You sure did.
Then I guess you're immortal, huh?
We'll see 50 years from now.
Do you like my new body?
The way you are now is more familiar for me anyway, so... My old uncle is back, you know? Besides, I don't care what you look like. You're always uncle to me. Isn't that how it should be? To judge by our hearts and not by our appearance?
So I'm really that ugly, huh?
No. It's a rugged kind of handsome.
Why did you want to come here?
Because of the
In the next game, he wears a mask, so he looks like his old body again.
He wears a mask.
He wears a mask, so he has blonde body again.
Oh, that's
And
weird.
when I first opened the game and saw that, I was so put off. I was like, "What? No, this isn't who I associate with Date anymore." Even though you only play as correct body Date for like an hour, and the other 40 hours are in blonde head. My brain had already been like, "No, this is Date."
Wow.
I wanted to come here with Uncle again. Ratty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it, poke it, fill it with fruit. Put it in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I win! Yay! By the way, I still don't have the answer to my question.
What question?
When am I gonna hear good news from you two? When
Oh.
will Uncle be my dad?
I turned away without answering. Stared into the distance at something caught my eye. Winter irises in full bloom.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah, we still have a lot of people to see.
Yesterday, Iris was discharged from the hospital. Iris said she wanted to see everyone who visited her. But she's a little embarrassed to go by herself, so I promised I'd take her.
We also have to get home. Shovel Forge.
If you try it, I'm leaving.
I'm kidding. But we do have a date, don't we? The date we had 3 months ago isn't over yet. So let's go!
Oh, wow. It's headquarters. Let's just go in order, I guess.
I'm glad you finally got out of that hospital.
Thanks, boss.
How are you?
Why are you asking? You see me every day.
Are you gonna go to the club later?
Interested? But you're still a bit too young. I'll take you when you're older. Promise.
About Iba.
Still thinking about her, huh?
No, not exactly.
Well, doesn't surprise me. You two were great partners.
I want to ask you something. 3 months ago, when we exchanged our final word, it looked like I do now. I wasn't in Date's body, but Iba still obeyed me.
Second command confirmed. I understand.
You're underestimating the Wadjet system. Iba was no ordinary AI. She was human in so many ways, including the ability to see and think beyond physical. She didn't need your voice or iris authentication or anything like that. She knew the real you and regarded you as her master. That's why she followed your command, despite looking completely different. I think maybe she knew your soul, Date.
About 6 years ago.
Boss, I gotta ask. Why didn't you tell me about what happened 6 years?
Well, when Shoko's corpse was found, I didn't think it had anything to do with the Cyclops killer. I thought the culprit was Rohan Kumakura, remember? And he committed suicide a year before. I never thought that he was swapping bodies. And the other person responsible for the original Cyclops serial killings was locked up in Fuchu, making it impossible for Saito or Rohan to be involved. So, I didn't tell you. Besides, the sync machine being used to swap bodies is a national secret. I was ordered to never reveal that information to anyone under any circumstances.
So that's why you kept me in the dark?
Yeah. By the way, Date, I have a gift for you.
A gift?
Close your eyes.
Did as I was told, closing my eyes. When suddenly...
Okay.
Great. I was knocked out.
Don't worry, it's just...
What?
You're going to experience something That's my present to you.
Why?
Shh. Sweet dreams, Date.
That's extremely traumatic. Why are you doing this? I've been through so much and you just decide to randomly put me to sleep and put me on the sync machine? Cool.
This is the sync room.
I'd feel like I was having a nightmare if this is what was happening.
Pewter?
Kagami!
Kagami!
Kagami! You are.
You're Kagami, right?
Yes! Yes, you remember!
About my face.
I heard. Plastic surgery must have been a really bad wound to have to remake your whole face like that. But it looks like it worked at least.
Did you sync with me?
I did not. But I did use the sync chair.
For what?
Something.
Why are you here?
Am I not allowed to be?
Of course not. You should have been arrested 3 months ago.
Yep, stupid. Pewter was working with Renju, or to be precise, Saito, inside Renju. He was leaking confidential information to him. Pewter also helped Rohan, inside the body of number 89, to escape. Pewter was immediately punished and fired from the force.
Yes, I was arrested. I'm eating awful meals every awful day in an equally awful detention facility.
Then how are you
But
here?
they let me keep my outfit somehow.
I wonder.
Don't act dumb.
Date, it's okay! Boss brought him here.
She did.
She told us not to tell you.
Huh?
Anyway, I'm sort of like his handler now. I'm supposed to be an inspector, but I was the only person qualified for this job. Kind of pathetic, isn't it?
Where's Iris?
Don't worry. She's with the boss. She's safe.
I wonder how long he has to be incarcerated for. Why am I here?
Everything that the boss did, she did for you. Ask her about it. She truly cares about you, you know. That's why she kept silent about what happened 6 years ago.
Did he create me a new...
You were once an assassin. If your secret ever got out, your life would be effectively over.
Why are you saying this in front of Kagami?
But the boss protected you by hiding your pet. I don't think she wanted you to leave her alone. Now, who is she to you? Anyway, now that this is done, I'll excuse myself.
What? That was it? Huh?
Iris, what happened to Boss?
She went home. She said she needed to do something in Kabukicho.
She left?
Anyway, forget about that. Let's play!
Play.
What is happening? What is happening? Why am I here? What? Okay, I guess we're just going. No. Apparently we're going to the Saijima residence. Which is a terrible idea. Why are we going to the Saijima residence? I left Iris in the car. Figured that she didn't want to see him. I parked the car, a little ways down. She doesn't know that I'm here.
I see your face has improved. This one doesn't make me so angry.
Yeah, because it was his son. Every time you weren't interrogating him.
Because it's not his son's face, I guess. Don't know who told him, but he must know about the switch.
What did you come here for?
I want to ask you something.
Why are you here?
That's a strange question to ask a man.
I just thought prison would suit you better.
Don't you know the law? No one can touch me.
Even though we both know you committed a crime.
Indeed. 18 years. And I was not the one who killed Monica Yu. That was my son, Saito.
But you hired the Kumakuras to...
The statute of limitations for improper handling of a corpse is 3 years. I did what I did to protect my son. I hardly think that is a sin. Are you familiar with Article 105 of the Penal? Relatives of those who have committed crime cannot be prosecuted for evidence tampering or obstruction.
Oh. That's that is a very strange law.
Yeah.
I agree. If I were still a congressman, I might think about changing it.
That's right. You're not a politician anymore. The media has already begun tearing you to...
Yes. Soon I won't be able to live in this country anymore. I'll retire to an island somewhere and live the rest of my days in leisure.
Be careful, so. There are a lot of people out there who have a grudge against you. People who will follow you to the ends of the earth.
That's none of your concern. Is that all you wanted to ask me?
I don't care. Did you ever meet number 89?
By the way, did you ever meet number 89?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever see his face?
No. Why?
No reason.
About the chemical plant 8 years
I've
ago?
been studying for the past 3 months. I've learned a lot about the explosion of the chemical plant in Kawasaki. It was caused by you and Rohan, the chairman of the Kumakuras at the time.
As you know, my son Saito was abnormal with all of the awful things that my son did. I used my money to cover it up, but that got increasingly expensive, you see. One day, 9 years ago, Saito called me.
Dad, I thought of a plan. A foolproof plan to make us rich.
The chemical plant explosion plan. To help ensure that the casino in Kawasaki would be extraordinarily profitable.
It was Saito's idea.
True. My son was born with an abnormal mind. But if I had never been involved with Monica in the first place, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up losing control completely.
Cool, we don't need to see that again.
As soon as he drove his knife into Monica, something awakened in him. In the end, that's what led to his destructive, violent plan.
You sound like you're blaming yourself.
Perhaps.
Why did you call Shoko's phone?
Do you recall the conversation we had? That my secretary got a call from... That is true.
I know. You spoke with number 89.
I did.
What did you talk about?
He told me this. A woman named Shoko Nadami knows what happened 18 years ago. Contact her.
And you called her phone?
Yes.
Why didn't you look for Saito 6 years ago? 6 years ago, my mind was implanted into the body of Saito. Okay, we also don't need to see this again. But so, Saito's father never even put out a missing persons report on his son. Why?
Because of the woman you call boss. 6 years ago, she came to me and explained the whole...
Oh.
You know about the Cyclops serial? The culprit is your son. But you already knew that, didn't you?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying we should make a deal. You give me one thing, and I promise none of this will be released to the public.
What is it?
Leave Saito with us. Tell anyone who asks that Saito is soul-searching on a trip around the world or something. Do we have a deal?
I didn't have much of a choice, of course. If I refused, Saito's crimes would be exposed and my political career would be over. Besides, I never held much love for him in the first place.
Wow.
Practically doing me a favor. So, of course, I said yes. And in doing so, I was able to learn a secret of the Metropolitan Police Department. It worked quite nicely for me.
Why did you want to why did
I
number
can't
81
say.
want you to contact Shoko?
The only thing he said was, I realized everything when Shoko arrived. I have to see her again. I had no idea what he was talking about.
At the time, Rohan was in the body of number 89. Maybe Rohan realized it when Shoko came to visit the prison. That it was really Saito inside Shoko's body. That's what he meant by realized everything. Rohan needed to speak with Saito again. But he couldn't. Not from inside Fuchi prison. Instead, he called up So and had him do it. Maybe he thought he could get Saito to visit again. Leave.
Well, I'll be seeing you, So.
I very much doubt that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
We parted without saying goodbye.
Oh, damn. I left Iris waiting. She might be angry. I gotta get back to her soon.
Where should we go next? The Sagan residence.
Iris, didn't you say you were going to see everyone who visited you at the hospital today?
Yes, Mom. I still have some people to see. But Uncle really wanted to come here.
I said no such thing.
I said no such thing.
Come on, don't be shy. There are a lot of things you want to talk about, right? Come on, just do it.
But I'm not ready. Of course I want to talk to Hitomi. I want to ask her all about what's happened the past 6 years. But that's not for me to ask. Even showing up here like this isn't right, honestly.
Uncle, you're so shy.
Iris is teasing me. Maybe I could use that sometimes. She can help me loosen up some of my rusted screws. About Iris's recovery.
Thank you. This is all thanks to you for—
No, I didn't do anything. Also, that name.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Date. I'm grateful from the bottom of my heart.
How have things been?
Things have calmed down. I think the school has changed. But being a teacher hasn't.
About Monica and Renju?
They were my best friends. We would always go to this little coffee shop after school. They had this old game machine there. It looked like a table, and it was about shooting invading aliens or something like that. We talked about all sorts of things sitting there. Our love lives, our potential careers, things we didn't like about our teachers. It was their idea that I become a teacher, you know? They told me that teaching elementary suited me perfectly. Those were such fun times.
About your right arm. I can't ask her that. I was the one who did that to her. Bro!
Stop!
Can we not? Stop. Jeez. I was silent, but she must have noticed my face.
If this is about my arm, don't worry about that. You tried to defend me. I know that.
Hitomi and Iris know everything that happened so far.
You're too nice, Mom. I will never forgive you. You have to take responsibility.
Iris.
No, let me talk. Uncle will be your right arm. That's how he can make it up to you. Maybe not now. It might take some time. But I'll be waiting. One day, Uncle will stand on Mom's right side. And we can go wherever we want. The three of us. To the ocean, a river, an amusement park.
You know Mizuki might be your sister too, right? We're so going to adopt Mizuki. If we don't do that,
Barbecues, and we can make okonomiyaki.
Where's that hot plate I bought?
On the shelf.
And I'm gonna need a raincoat.
Hey, that's cheating!
You're planning on being covered in flour?
Of course, that's why it's fun.
6 years ago, I was an assassin. Nothing I can do now will make for those crimes. But if I protect them, make sure they're always smiling for the rest of my days, I figure that might be enough to outweigh my sins. Lemniscate. I saw Mizuki when I saw Lemniscate. Oh, okay. Because of what happened this morning, Mizuki and I are in something of a cold war. She won't even look at me. We're both stubborn. Neither of us want to apologize. Yo!
Yo!
She ignored me. With all her might.
Yeah.
I extended my hand like a sword, ready to strike.
You wanna fight me?
She didn't seem to take it as a joke. I better not fight her. I wouldn't get workers' comp for that. Hello?
Hello. How are you? Nothing, huh?
Okay. Can you ask Mizuki why she's here?
Uncle wants to know why you're here. No particular reason. Am I not allowed to be here? I inherited Daddy's stock at Lemniscate. This is my company now. Isn't it natural that I be here? That's what she said.
That's right. Mizuki is now Tessa's boss.
Can you ask if Mizuki's graduating soon?
Uncle wants to know if you're going to graduate soon. So what if I am? Just buy me a new junior high uniform and hire a tutor. I want to go to a good school and a new smartphone and a new iron pipe. That's what she said.
Can you ask Mizuki how she's been?
Uncle wants to know how you've been lately. You don't know? Even though we live together? Of course you don't know. Because we barely talk, even after you've officially adopted me.
Yes!
Without any sense of responsibility. That's what she said. Can you cut this out already? What happened? Breakfast this morning. I made the eggs over easy. That's it? Yeah. Well, that's not so bad.
No, that's not. I made the eggs over easy, and then Dante...
How can I eat eggs like that? I want my eggs over well. Burned to the pan on the bottom and chewy on top.
Why don't you just eat an eraser?
An eraser would taste better than what you served.
You shouldn't say that about Mizuki's cooking. That's mean. You're in the wrong here, Uncle. Why don't you be honest and apologize?
Mizuki is the one who should be honest. I'm like her hero.
What?
When I was in the hospital, you were crying like a baby. Oh, I can't live without Dante. That's what you said.
No, I didn't. And you were never in the hospital.
Yes, I was. Was I not?
What? Then what was that? That memory? Uh-oh. You can't do this. Spike Chunsoft, shut up. Stop it. Shut up, Spike Chunsoft. Shut up. He has a memory of himself being in the hospital, which is from a different timeline. The one where we get to play as Mizuki.
Anyway, why don't you just make up already?
If Dante keeps his promise, I will.
Promise?
The stew. You said you would take
Bad video game developers. Bad.
Bad. Don't do that. Stop it.
Bad video game developers.
Oh, that. Yeah, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, fine. Soon, okay?
You promise?
Promise.
Why has he still not done that?
Good. I'm glad you two are being civil again.
Anyway, should we head out, Iris?
Yeah. All right, Mizuki. See you soon.
See you.
Sunfish pocket.
I am seriously so happy for you, Tessa.
It's thanks to you, Ota. If you didn't help me back then.
No, really, I didn't do much. I just risked my life to save you. It's a total exaggeration to say that I'm literally responsible for, you know, saving your life.
See, Ota is still Ota. I'm glad you're okay.
I'm actually exhausted right now. But I can't look tired in front of Tessa. Anyway, how are you?
I guess I'm alright.
Your left eye,
It's fake. I can't see anything out of it.
And it doesn't talk.
So, Aiba?
Is being remade right now. Totally, definitely.
She's dead, bro.
Right?
No, she's dead.
No. No.
She's not being remade.
No. I refuse to believe that.
She's not being remade.
Okay. Can I bleach my eyes? Please. Please, someone. Please.
Make that your bits animation. People just feeding you bits. When you get big, just have that as people send in 500 bits.
She was so cute. What a...
That's why.
If she were real, I would marry her.
Oh, shut up.
You would not survive the attempt.
What do you mean?
Ota, what are you saying? In front of Iris?
Oh! Tessa, I was kidding. It was a joke.
It's fine, I don't...
Thank goodness.
I don't think that's what she means.
Idiot. Shadows.
Shadows.
Thread, silhouette, ASAP.
Fears.
Upset, regret, ASAP.
Water.
Wet, sweat, ASAP.
ASAP, you bet.
Set, you bet! I can't believe you remembered that, Uncle. I'm so happy.
I said most of it.
What do you mean you can't remember that? I remember that. Whatever. How have you been?
I've been doing good. I'm delivering newspapers in the mornings, working as a janitor during the day, and writing at night. I might just be the hardest working 20-something in Japan.
No, but okay.
I don't know about that.
Really though, I've gotta be like in the top 3 in Tokyo alone.
Thought of kicking his butt, but I don't think it would take. Say goodbye.
Well, Ota.
Aw, you're going already?
I can see you anytime I want, right? At Matsushita Diner?
You'll come?
Yeah. I want you to make me your omelet rice again.
Yeah.
Awesome. Stop by any time. I'll be waiting.
Hey, speaking of. Matsushita Diner.
Oh, Tessa, your surgery went well, didn't it? Ota told me all about it. I'm so happy for you.
Oh, she has a caretaker. Good.
Thank you.
Oh, who is this?
Oh,
I'm close friends with Ota, ma'am.
Is that right? Thank you for taking care of my boy.
About the diner.
It's doing great thanks to you. The lunch rush is always crazy. My husband and I are working hard. We never get any time to rest.
Oh. Miyumi suffers from a brain dysfunction. I learned about it before the incident 3 months ago. Matsushita Diner was actually closed up and her husband had already passed away. Unfortunately, it turned out that even the most advanced medical technology couldn't cure her dementia. But her medicine helps her manage the symptoms. It's a little odd, but it brings Mayumi happiness. To her, her husband is still alive and her diner is still in business. I don't know if she remembers me. I look different than I did 3 months ago. She did ask me who I was, after all, but even if I were in my old body, she might have still asked me the same question. But she does remember Iris. Is that because she's Oda's friend? About Iris.
I visited her in the hospital Oda brought me.
Yeah, I remember.
I was so charmed by her.
No, stop. You're making me blush.
I had no idea she was such a nice girl.
You thought I was a witch or something before, right?
Don't remind me. I was so awful to you, but now I'm a huge fan.
Thank you.
About Ota.
Ota? That boy is a handful of trouble, I tell you.
That's not true.
Yeah, that's right. Ota could be really hurt
Oh, gosh.
when the time calls for it.
Of course, 99% of life is not when the time calls for it.
You're praising my boy. Maybe I should give you a meal on the house.
Time to go.
Well, let's get going.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Thank you for helping my son. He needs friends like you.
Next, the Kumakura office. Okay. Wonder how Momo's doing.
Moma!
Dante, let me tell you something. God exists. When Tessa was in the hospital, I prayed to this shrine every day. And guess what? My prayers worked. God must have been listening.
Are you crying?
No, dumbass. I don't cry. I don't.
Yeah, you're crying.
Thank you, God. Thank you for saving Tessa. Anyway, what are you doing here?
Someone wanted to see you when she left the hospital.
Tessa, you didn't have to come see me.
I really wanted to see you.
Oh, well, in that case, yes, of course. I am here.
How's your injury?
Injury?
You got shot 3 months ago.
That was just a scratch. I'm all good now.
Okay. Whatever you say.
I mean, thugs are used to getting that type of injury. They've been pretty cool.
Don't talk to me about that guy.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they still have like old
I know he was
practices
a
with
murderer.
them.
A real piece of shit. But we were brothers. I can't be mad at him no matter how much he deserves. But I can't just forgive him either, you know? So I figure, fuck it. It's better to just forget about it.
And then wedding. Oh, right, we're doing that. Wedding.
Dress! Bless! Tessa!
Imaging.
Compress. Process. Tessa!
Isn't it supposed to be ASET?
Crime.
Redress, transgress, Tessa!
The net idol superstar!
Tessa!
They said you bet!
Wow! That's really cool!
What did you do to these guys?
Just a little propaganda. Sun up to sundown. I made them watch your videos, Tessa. They got addicted.
Tessa! I'm so honored to meet you. Is it okay if I shake your hand?
You bastard! What makes you think you're good enough to touch her hand?
It's fine. It's just a handshake.
Yes!
Yes! Ran up to her with a look of awe in his eyes. Slowly shook her hand.
So soft.
He shouted out in joy. And fainted.
What?
much excitement, I guess.
Jeez, Tessa is a force to be reckoned with. Leave.
Anyway, sorry to bother.
Dante, wait! Before you go.
Oh boy, here it comes.
Oh jeez.
This is hard for me to get out, but
Yeah, spare me. You want to see Iris's panties?
I never asked for something like that.
Then what do you want?
Puff puff.
I'm sorry.
I want Tessa to puff puff me.
What does that mean?
I only know this
what I'm
from
saying?
the second game.
Shove my face in there.
It's when a man takes his face
Oh.
and puts it between the boobies.
Death by snoo snoo.
Is that what that's called here?
No. It's the Dragon Quest reference.
Just played.
Just
Are you kidding me? You know what? Fine.
Dante, you're a re-
All right. Close your eyes.
Yeah, like this?
Good, yeah. Stay still.
He's gonna
Do
dupe
not
him.
open your eyes, okay?
He's gonna
Promise.
He's gonna get puff puff.
He's gonna get pumped up from Dante.
You
No.
ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, he did it to the passed out dude.
Dante, I've never felt so alive. All these shitty years of my life have been worth it for this moment. Boss,
Let's go.
I don't know what's going on, but okay.
this is amazing.
Okay.
Dante, honey, who is this?
Have I not introduced her before?
I'm Iris Sagan. Nice to meet you. I'm a net idol from Lemniscape.
A virgin. I'm just saying, sweetie. You look like you don't know a lot of men.
And what about you, Mama?
Me? I'm a fairy godmother, honey, because I associate with fairies and am an older, motherly woman. Wait a minute. Who are you calling old?
You are.
How are you?
As you can see, I'm a little tight, honey.
How can I see that?
You want to?
I do. I want to see.
No, you don't.
Do you even know what she's referring to?
Huh?
Are you doing that with that bonito?
This? It's not bonito.
Then what is it?
Part of the man who cheated on me.
What?
I chopped him up and dried and smoked the flesh.
Uh-huh.
You're joking.
Am I?
About the past 3 months.
I can't say much. The public thinks our Ren killed Shoko. And then number 89 busted out of jail and killed Ren. And then he goes and commits suicide by blowing up his own head. That's what all the news reports have been saying. I know there's more to it than that, but...
Saito Shijima and his body are both gone forever. The body I was in for the past 6 years. But the head office would never admit that publicly. Because at the time, the body was thought to be that of Detective Kaname Date. So, they tweaked things a little bit and pinned everything on number 89. Said that he committed suicide at the old factory. Shocking that I do such a long stream. It's normal.
For these games, it's normal.
Only Kaname Date managed to survive. That was how they wrote it, but that's not the truth. Mama, the truth is...
Spare me, honey. I don't want to hear it. If I hear the truth, I'm only gonna have more questions. There are a lot of things that don't quite add up. Date's face, for one thing. Looking exactly like number 89. They say that your face got hurt real bad in the explosion. They had to put you under the knife for plastic surgery to save you. Your face turned out like that by chance.
Yep.
That's what happened, right? Tell me it is. If it's anything more complicated than that, I will lose my mind.
Sure, that's all. Yeah, sure. Leave.
Leave.
We should head out.
Yeah.
Instead of giving her the yes or no she needs, just head out.
Au revoir.
Don't worry, I'll be back as long as you have information for me.
Oh, enough work. You should come in sometime for pleasure, honey.
Sure, Mama. See you soon.
Why are we going to the warehouse district? Okay.
Everyone shut up.
It's time. It's time. Everybody shut up. Okay. Yum.
It's time for the credit sequence.
Iris, why did you want to come here? Haven't you seen everyone you wanted to already?
Yeah.
Iris suggested that we come to the warehouses. I thought that was odd, but drove here anyways.
Thank you for today. It was a lot of fun.
Is the date finally over?
Yeah, I guess so. Thank you. Not just for today, but for everything. 6 years ago, you helped me and my mom, and I'm so grateful for that. Will you close your eyes for me, Uncle?
You want me to close my eyes?
Yeah, please?
Wait, you want me to close my eyes? Do you?
And just do it, quick! I'm so nervous, I'm shaking.
Oh man. Oh no. No way. It's happening.
Oh, it's not, you stupid. Tried to keep my cool.
All right.
You stupid. Close my eyes and...
Okay, open them!
I opened my eyes, and there before me was...
She was not being rebuilt, she was already rebuilt.
Cry!
It's been a long time, Konami Date.
Okay, but I knew she was alive. Okay, shush.
At a time like this, I'm at a loss for words. I don't know what to say.
He gets a regular looking eye now?
You are, that is, who are you again?
You haven't changed. You're still an idiot.
You idiot!
You idiot! I
Did
thought
you say
you
you're
died.
still a dick?
I was worried about you.
Pardon.
An idiot.
You're the one who issued the silver
Anyway, the number 41205. There must be something to it.
It does not. It is only my favorite number.
Your favorite number? I see. Oh, sorry. I hear everything Iva says over this earpiece. I think I understand the meaning behind her number.
What does it mean?
Iris, do not tell him.
Uncle, think of the alphabet. What's the fourth letter?
A, B, C, D.
Oh.
It's D.
And the first?
A.
And the 20th? And the 5th?
Da. Te. What's going on?
Allow me to explain. I, or everything that constitutes my I, disappeared completely 3 months ago, including all of my backup. However, fragments of my data were being secretly uploaded to cloud servers around the world for years. By downloading and decoding these fragments, I was able to regenerate my memories and consciousness. It was the Watchet system that brought me back to life. That system is responsible for proliferating my data. Watchet is like a mother to me, and she protected me as a child. And I am forever grateful to my mother. Never
Why are you here?
To be exact, I am not here. You are seeing an augmented reality virtual projection. My physical self is...
In my left eye?
Yes.
How'd you get in there?
I see you have not become any more astute in my absence. Think carefully.
They swapped your eye, silly. When you were asleep.
Everything that the boss did.
At Abyss, when I lost consciousness.
Yes. Pewter embedded me in your eye socket. I knew the whole time. Boss told me about the plan to restore Aiba. I wanted it to be a surprise for you, so...
Is this my thank you?
Yeah. But it's not over yet.
Anyway.
Aiba. Welcome back.
Glad to be back. I'm home.
Tadaima.
Well, now that Aiba has risen from the dead, I think we should celebrate with a dance number!
It's time! It's time!
What?
It's cry time!
Hit it!
Turn it up! Turn it up! Turn it up, Gwen!
Is everybody gonna dance? Please tell me everybody dances.
Teacups that are flying on maps mystifying. You'll think that I'm lying. This old tale of mine, a journey through time. A permanent fire, cold frost on the pyre. Fruit never expires. You've seen in your eyes. You've seen in your life. While the old bow their heads, while the blind lead the blind, the marble loses shine, the eye clouds by design. But we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth, that if we believe we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you. See the golden goddess with wings of rainbows set sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist, allow your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide you, and you shall be bathed in light. A punch to the forehead,
Yeah!
like a warhead. You're pinned on the floor spread. I'm queen of this brawl, and I'll show you why.
I don't wanna hide it, that's what I decided. I can't live divided, I know I was wrong. I love you long.
While they all lose their way and forget about faith,
While the rain turns to ice, their hearts lock like a vice.
but we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth.
The fires of love can warm any heart. Resist, your dreams are worth. Fight on, your will is unbending. See through the void in your eye, unblinking. The pyramid of your mind unending. Revolt even with death impending. Live on, dream through space, rending. Walking with the spirit of hope beside you. And our hope shall never die. The fires of love will never die.
He started doing.
They say is the best detective.
Although without me he is ineffective.
That's it, we're done. I'm walking out of here.
Why did he sing it though?
I know.
Welcome back.
While the old bow their heads, while the blind lead the blind, the marble loses shine, the eye clouds by design. But we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth, that if we believe we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you, never let the fire fade in you. See the golden goddess with wings of rainbows set sail through the night sky to embrace you. Resist, allow your heart to take you. Never let this merciless world erase you. Passing down the light of the torch to guide
Are there tears?
No.
The reason
What?
That was so toothy.
Not find your body. Oh, I'm kidding, Dante, honey. I love you. This is for Mama.
Hey, Set, you bet!
I I wish to hear what every single individual person said in that last scene.
Not been able to figure it out.
This is for you, Dante, honey.
Say something about your body.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that when I saw that the first time, I just saw the great big happy tears, and my sister yelled at me because I was crying and singing and.
Dance has been unlocked in the title menu. What does that mean?
Yep. You can rewatch the closing dance, or you can watch just a set do it. Which is what I did 3 or 4 or 5 times in a row immediately.
Oh my gosh, we get to watch. We can learn the dance.
Yep, and you can swap characters, I think, as well.
Background, character.
Teacups that are flying, unmatched mystifying. You'll
Oh, but you can't change who's singing.
No.
Oh, yes.
a journey through time. A permanent fire.
Dante doing it, holy shit.
Never expires. You've seen
Kokame!
You've seen in your mind. While the old bow their heads, while the blind meet the blind, the marble loses shape. Sky clouds by design. But we know in our soul the one hope, the one truth, that if we believe we can make miracles. Even with the devils of time against you,
This is, yeah. Camera zoom. Reset camera, play normal speed, or rewind. Watch from the beginning, mirror image, pause. Play the grand finale or return to title. We're gonna play it again.
Grand finale, yes! Practice mode? It is a learn how to do the dance simulator.
That's what I said! So that you could do the dance with them.
I love that so much. You can learn how to do it.
Teacups that are flying,
Okay.
Not enough.
Ooh. This was a good
Also,
game!
Grand finale. The grand finale and original version of the song have different middle bits.
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
their lyrics are different.
Dang, I got sweaty from doing that.
You start dancing?
Yes! I was dancing the whole time! You just can't tell. Well, you can't tell my arm movements. You can kind of tell my head movements. But I mean, that doesn't really do anything for the dance.
You could also like play it on slow just to be like, I want to make sure I get this perfect.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, that was good.
It's a great game.
Yeah.
Like that ending scene just really is like so many emotions.
Actually, no, I'll put it in dance mode. Yep. That's easier to talk over.
The K-pop song from the second game does not hit the same way. But they tried.
Mm-hmm. Never mind, it's not easier to talk over. Okay, oh man. So, I can understand why you have trouble piecing some things together. Because already, now that you know, like, Saito was sometimes in some of the endings in somebody else's body, and you're like, oh wait, why did he say that? Oh yeah, because that's Saito.
I played this game once 4 years ago, so there were half of the scenes I was just like, what's happening?
Yeah, and now
And
even
at
thinking
most
about
point
it.
when someone died, I was like, oh, it was this person and they did this.
Yeah.
But the bits leading up to that, I was like, what's going on?
And like thinking back on it, like even now, I'm like, why did they do that? Oh yeah, because it was Saito, or like something like that. It's brain. Oof. It's kind of sad that that both of them are dead in the end. Shoko and Renju.
Yeah.
Like, I almost thought that Renju would get to live, maybe, but no, he didn't. They were friends. Didn't they say they were high school friends, though? Which doesn't make sense.
Yes, they were high school friends. They said that, I think they said that they went to Itsubu or Ikubu or something like that.
Date, though. Date and Renju is what I mean. And I'm just
yes,
like, what?
Date and Renji were friends.
But if he didn't remember his past, then like...
They became in 6 years.
Hmm?
They became friends in the 6 years.
Oh. But, whatever. I don't know what to say. This is crazy. That was really good. I can't wait to play the second game.
Well, I mean, I'm free all of tomorrow up until 6 p.m. and then I have a D&D game. But after that, I'm also free.
I'm going to a concert.
No worries.
Not like a classical music. I think that's how you would describe it. Jeez, what do I even say?
I think the second game also takes place during February.
What do you mean? Huh?
I think the first game, I think AI Somnium Files takes place in January, and the second game, Nirvana Initiative, takes place 1 year and 1 month later in February, and it is currently February.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah, one of the days in the game is February 7th, and I know because I saw that pop up, and I was like, oh, that's Jacksepticeye's birthday.
That's funny. Man. This game is crazy. Though...
Now do you see why I just sat there for like 15 minutes just watching the same thing over and over?
Though, funny enough, it never actually made me cry.
And then I had to wait 4 years for the next game. No, the Nirvana Initiative came out, I think in November of last year.
Yeah.
Like a year and a few months ago.
That's when I bought this game. Is when it came out.
Yeah. And I bought it, and then I just didn't play it for some reason. So it was sitting in my library for a year, and I was like, then I was like, a month ago, I was like, I should play this game that I was still looking forward to.
Yeah.
I did, but I sent you messages about how my brain fucked me.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean? This, I'm gonna have to rewatch the whole game now and figure out what this means.
Didn't you send me a spoiler?
If I did, then I was just like, they do something weird with the timeline.
You sent me the orange spacesuit. That's what you sent me.
No, that's not. Okay, so I found out in the when I had unlocked everything in the game, that was one of the extra art files.
Oh, okay.
And
Something that they just didn't use.
They used it in the game, but they were like, we have these suits from Zero Escape. What if we also use them in this game? Just so, like, we don't have to design another. They were just
No, but
they literally were just like, what if thing we already made?
they use the design or like literally the models, because then I'm like, this is a 2022 game. Excuse me, why would it look the same
Probably
as
the model?
They reused the
I
model?
think they probably used the same design and then
Yeah.
remade the model.
Okay, because I'm like, surely this game, surely I don't have too high hopes for how the graphics are gonna look on the next game, but
it's good.
It's good.
Yeah, like I think the character models are a bit better.
Is it Persona level? Persona 5 level good?
If Persona 5, except from like the 15 minutes I saw on your stream once.
What?
And
Well,
Village.
you know what the art style looks like then.
Sort of. And I've seen the Joker smash ultimate final KO move.
Oh man, okay, never mind. That's the only anime game I can compare it to that has superior graphics.
I'm uncultured. Listen.
Don't worry, I haven't finished that game at all. I'm not going to for a very long time, I don't think. I might start
That's
four.
one of those-
Start
It's
four
one of those
over.
games that I really play. Because it's one of those games that I really need to play because everyone just assumes you've played it.
Yeah.
Like The Last of
I've
Us.
almost gotten spoiled.
I've just,
The Last of Us I
need
haven't
to
seen
play
either.
Last of Us because I know how that ends because it was 10 years since that came out and everybody knows how that ends.
I don't know how it
because
ends.
It's been 10 years. Oh, you sweet summer child.
I know the reason why she's being hunted.
Like, I know specifically the ending that makes people cry and nothing else about
Okay,
the
wait,
game
okay,
other
wait.
than zombies.
If I'm gonna say something, I don't even know. I don't. If for anybody like me, I might say a spoiler. So, for The Last of Us, but the only thing that I know is that she's being hunted because she's immune. That's the only thing I know about that.
Okay, then you don't know the big spoiler that everyone cries about.
No.
Somehow.
I don't know. Does she die? I don't know. No, she doesn't
Well, I'm
die,
not gonna-
obviously. But yeah, that's why I was saying that's why I was like, maybe I should play that. But it's not on the computer unless you buy the remastered one, and I'm like, I don't really want to do that. It's a lot of money.
It's definitely something I'm gonna play eventually, so I might play that with you. It's one of those pieces of media to consume before you die things.
Yeah, I guess so. And we started talking about The Last of Us, and when we just finished this game. Great. Man. Do they still use the same voice actor for Date?
I believe so.
This voice actor, like his new body?
No.
No, they use, okay. They
Which
use
is why I
regular
was
Date
like,
voice
"Whoa,
actor.
what?" They just went to back. They went to back. They were basically like, "Oh, this happened, but we aren't going to talk about it." They use his old model and his old voice actor, and it's like weird.
Well, I mean, if they are gonna put him on the cover, of course you wouldn't want to spoil.
Yeah, it's just was just a choice, and it feels weird in my bones.
I'm fine with it. I think. Probably. Probably will be. Well. I really hope to...
I mean, Date isn't on the cover.
He isn't?
Of it. No, he's not the main character. He's a
Right.
side character.
Right, because you play as Mizuki.
He plays Mizuki and Ryuku. Or Ryuki.
Okay.
My soft summer child boy. He's such a soft boy, and I love him. So many kisses for soft boy.
Okay. Okay. Is this a Shuichi character? Probably.
he's my little squishy.
He
has trauma.
Huh?
He has trauma, and I love him.
Okay, that is a strange reason to like a character.
Listen, I hold the firm opinion that you can make any character better by giving them a little trauma.
Well, you make them more human.
Yes.
You make them more easily likable. An unlikable character can suddenly become likable.
A little sprinkle of trauma.
An unlikable character can suddenly become likable if they have a little bit of that. Just a little.
Like Zuko. Nobody likes him at first, but then you're like, oh, he has trauma, he's baby.
Yeah.
People were like, once people like learned of what his trauma was, they were like, oh shit, we love this guy now.
Oh man.
Trauma is the staple of every good character.
Well, I guess I can't wait to move on to the next game, huh?
Yes.
Man, what series are we gonna do after this one?
I'm probably gonna do D3.
Yeah, I gotta watch you do D3.
Then Despair Girls.
Ooh, Despair Girls. Oh, I forgot about that one.
The only reason I'm playing that is because like it has lore implications, and that means I need to play it. Unfortunately, people apparently just really don't like this game, and also it's an action shooter, which I'm not good at video games. So
why would you hate Ultra Despair Girls?
I don't know. People just really don't like it for some reason.
It's not that bad.
I don't know why. I don't have strong feelings about it either way. I'm just bad at play, so I just have guides.
They wanted to make something different, and they wanted to give you a little bit more of an outside story. So they gave us Ultra Despair Girls. It was probably an in-between project. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it takes place between 2 and 3.
Oh no, yeah, definitely.
I started playing. I played like the first hour of Ultra Despair, and then I was like, I'm going to use this as an example of something I tried new for my anthropology paper, and then I didn't touch it again.
It takes place between 1 and 2.
That is... I don't believe that? Question mark? That seems wrong.
No.
That feels weird.
Why?
I don't know. My Steam library always has it listed as D1, D2, Despair, D3. So I think my brain was just like, that's the order they occur in.
Yeah, no, it's between 1 and 2. If you take into consideration who is in this game...
Oh, it came out after the second one, which is probably why my brain got fucked up about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know who's in that game, right?
I was like, squishy stuff boy Nagito.
Yeah.
He's my favorite boy.
Obviously, since he's in that game,
my favorite.
It takes place before 2. Because then he was on the island. Okay, we got really off track. Because I keep not knowing what to say every time. This is really good. Even though Spike Chunsoft. Come on.
Chunsoft. Don't use the same 3 main don't use the same 3 plot points in every game, please.
Please
Other
stop.
than that, we love you.
Other than that, we love you. We love your mystery games. They're really awesome, but please, Spike Chunsoft. Please. Stop it. Stop it.
Stop being awesome.
Yeah. The main character's the bad guy. Ooh. It always makes it really conflicting to like the main character, and so then you always grapple to their side characters, and then they make that character the main character.
Yeah, that doesn't happen in the next game.
Well, obviously it can't to Mizuki.
She's a little punchy bean.
Yeah. Could happen to the other dude, I don't know.
No, he has trauma. He couldn't be bad.
He could be bad, he has trauma.
Those two things don't coexist together.
Sure. Okay. Jeez. Okay, gosh.
Go to Quet Fiverr, give
Yeah,
money.
I was gonna say, I think that does it for today.
Money to Quet.
Sure.
Give money to Quet.
For those who haven't, don't forget to join the Discord server. Buried End. Check out Instagram for art. And the Fiverr. And
yeah. Actually, Fiverr. Sweet mommy. No, God, no money. Money. That was the word I meant to say. I was Freudian slip.
Okay. Love you. It's also.